Hello everyone, this is Plague Doctor here again on the Breachers VRML with my co-casters Shimmy Marui and Gravix. How are you folks doing so far today?
Doing wonderful, Plague. I am so excited to get into our Challenger Cup. It's going to be a very, very exciting evening for the NA region as we find out who's going to be our final team heading into the playoffs.
How about you, Shimmy?
I'm doing pretty good. I am looking forward to a solid Challenger Cup. We got a lot of teams over here signed up today that are going to give us some slugger matches. I mean, the first one we're starting out with, this is going to be a hot one. So I cannot wait to dive right into this.
100%. And as we're looking at it, we have some teams that are going to give us a bit of a challenge when it comes to just watching what happens. We have some high hitters that we really wouldn't have expected as of recently. Suits, Empire we've seen at the top of it. Suits barely missing out on leaving the Challenger Cup. We'll talk about that in a second. But for people who are a bit new here, the Challenger Cup is what we have basically for the teams who just barely didn't qualify to get into those top 7 spots. It will allow teams to the top spots to get away from the Challenger Cup. Basically, this allows teams who just barely didn't get to that spot to beat out their competition and get into the playoffs regardless. It's going to be played on a Swiss tournament. So what that means is we'll have 5 rounds where every team will be playing another team. They'll play 1 map. The winner of that will get 1 point. The loser will lose out. And they will go on to play another team. So it's not elimination. No teams are eliminated, but it matters how many points you get, how many kills you get, everything in between, how many rounds you get in order to come out on top. And then the top 2 teams will battle it out tomorrow for day 2 for a best of 3 matchup.
This tournament runs very long. Having played a couple Challenger Cups myself, it's a long jaunt. You're sitting there for like 4 hours on the first day, 5 hours sometimes, going match after match, map after map, just playing your heart out, trying to get that top spot. And then that finals is a grueling match. I mean, you're exhausted from the previous day, and you got to still deliver at your top to make sure that you get that finalist skin, you get that chance into that top 8 postseason finals.
Gentlemen, we're in it for the long haul as well. We will be providing you all with somewhere around probably 3 hours of entertainment tonight of the best Breachers gameplay for this fight that Shimmy was just talking about to get your spot in the finals. Or in the playoffs, I should say.
It's going to be really interesting to watch. And the matchup we're going to be watching first tonight is going to be Ling versus Realm 1 NA. The top 10 team versus the top 19 team. We've seen both teams have a pretty good lineup throughout the season. Ling going 7-6, 54%. Meanwhile, Realm 1 going 9-8, playing a good few more matches than Ling. Ship has been a pretty favorable map for Realm 1 at 86 rounds played, 50% win rate. Meanwhile, Ship has not been the greatest thing, which it looks like that may be our first map if the vote goes the way it is going so far. But as we're looking at this matchup, what do we really want to see from this? It's the Challenger Cup team. Pressure is going to be running really high. Nerves are going to be running really high for a lot of these teams. And so I want to see some fantastic gunplay and some fantastic utility that will allow these teams to really up their level of gameplay to get this top spot. What do you guys want to see?
I think as of right now, the teams just need to get used to playing in this high-pressure environment. I know a bunch of these players already have before, but they need to get used to playing in the Challenger Cup. So right now, I think this first map, I just want to see good fundamentals. Do what you know how to do it well, and keep your chances of getting into those top 2 spots up so you can play tomorrow.
I'm looking to see a lot of interesting plays today. This is Challenger Cup. This is a lot of teams in a lot of different placements, and it's a lot of matches that will be neck and neck, especially as we get into the later half and the Buchholz slowly filters people in. So, not normal stuff isn't going to cut it. You're going to have to think a little bit outside of the box, catch people off guard, not do the same normal stuff sometimes. I'm looking to see how these teams will bring it out, especially Ling. Ling is a team that can be very unorthodox at times, so I'm very ready to begin this match.
Yeah, and it's going to get started relatively soon. I believe we've pulled teams that were ready. So we're just waiting to get into this, and I'm just super excited to be here, folks, and to bring this to you all. It's been a fantastic season so far. I hope it's been as fantastic for you all as it has been for me. You know, starting off week 1, we had some fantastic matchups, including Valor beating out Acer. We had Valor fighting back and forth with Acer over the rest of the season, really. A lot of teams, new teams, really, on the leaderboard. But speaking of which, we're going to be heading into our first map of this, well, not first map, sorry, the only map of this matchup, which is going to be Ship. Ship is going to be a very interesting map to start on because of Shimmy. When you're looking at this, I know typically when you're looking at a map, you know it's offense or defense sided. What's your opinion on really the sidedness of this map? I've heard differing opinions from multiple angles.
This map, there's a lot of different factors that come into how Ship can be played, especially after the rework. A lot of people, when the rework first came out, thought it was extremely offensive sided, while the previous one was defensive sided just because you could sit close with shotguns. But in my opinion, it differs from floor to floor on this map, just like it does with Arctic. That middle floor is a little bit more defensive catered because there's so many choke points that when you're coming into site, you can just get wallbanged to heck and back. You can also just get denied in places like Medbay. Top floor and bottom floor, I feel, are slightly more offensive sided. Bottom floor having a specific point that will differentiate whether it will go offense or defensive sided. But we have that drone coming in. 2 people up top. Meanwhile, Reaver is looking to get that drone out of play. Yui and Arande trying to get that pick. Yui gets the first one, and they begin their approach downstairs. 5-4 in favor of Ling.
We do have Arande and Yui both pushing up some wallbangs from Shadow and Ascended Death, trying to take them down, but not quite able to get purchase. Nade goes out into medical, will not take any players down, but will give a bit of information to the Realm 1 stack that there is someone in the back hallway from Ling. Now a 3-person point hold, and then Grinch, who is just still on the back hallway, is kind of stuck. He's getting wallbanged out, but barely doesn't get taken down as Ascended gets a good wallbang pick off on Yui. Now a 4v4 health advantage belongs in the court of Ling, but as Wall is about to blow, we may see the tides turn, especially with Grinch stuck outside the point. He has to contend with Parrot and the rest of the Realm 1 players if he wants to get back to his team.
We do see Grinch gets another pick right onto Parrot. That flank watch not quite doing what he needs to. Ariande and Shadow both grab picks. Dusty sitting on 1 health, looking to reevaluate what he needs to. Grinch still holding down that hallway, looking to be as painful as he can. That 3v2, not looking amazing for Ling, but they're going to force it and see what they can get. Dusty and Grinch, both low health, look like they're about to hit an engagement. Dusty not quite sure where he is, and Dusty gets taken out. Grinch securing that 3-1 for Realm 1.
Now, Arane is in a tough position. He's going upstairs to try to just get maybe some more ammunition for his pistol, but 40 seconds left on the clock, no EMP in hand. The rest of his team is taken down, and now we see a defense from Realm 1 that is hard to contend with. Ascended behind Blue Box, Moonche, Reading on the countertop, and Grinch up on the wall. But Arane pushing into the point from the hatch gets the drop on Ascended Death, now bringing it to a 1v2. Moonche is watching the corner. Grinch is going to have an early pick if he's not careful. Gets taken down by Arane, but now it is a 1v1, and Moonche takes him down, giving Realm 1 their first round of the matchup.
That was a very close comeback. Oh my goodness. Ariane almost had that. D-Moon just managed to get far enough behind the wall and then pull a re-peek out, catching Ariane in the middle of a reload.
Yeah, speaking of though, that peak at the end, in general, we saw Realm 1's angles being phenomenal. That entire round, the way they were able to sneak around, have their lineups and know what they were doing. Exactly what I was talking about earlier with those fundamentals, doing what you do best, trying to get as far as you can as early as possible.
This match is so far not letting down.
So far, yeah, it's not letting down too much. And as we're trying to get into the next one, we do see Gravik suddenly disappear from this mortal plane. But as we're looking to get into the next round, We saw the offense from Ling unfortunately just get blocked off with Realm 1 getting the defense off. They seem to have a good clutch on their angles, a good hold on their angles. It's going to be hard for Ling to contend. Nice is up top, Parrot hoping to maybe grab EMP as Dusty throws a drone down for his team. Definitely a point hold for Realm 1. They are pretty confident on their angles. Send a Death on the back of the A point along with the Moonjay going for some wall bangs. Both teams know where the other are. They're pretty common peaks, the meta push, but will they be able to counteract and do something different? The Moonjay does get wall banged out a bit as Parrot is inside the point. Ling is just letting him straight in, but Ling has gotten pushed down. Shadow takes down Yui's Ascended Death, takes down another Shadow stuck in the back hall, but the damage is done. It is now a 5v3. Ling is down a couple members, and D Moonjay is getting pretty bold with his pushing out. Dusty does take down one through the doorway. It is now a 3v4. Shadow is still very low on health, but he's rotated back to the rest of his team.
We do see Dusty looking through that wall that's just recently been boned, trying to find a second pick. Ascended Death and Grinch trying to hold down that fort, taking down Dusty. It is now 2v4. This is not looking great for Ling. It looks like we have Realm 1 pushing up a slight bit, seeing if they can secure that win, reduce that manpower even further. Grinch finds a second. Ariane takes down two, but Death finishes it out, keeping two alive for Realm 1, pushing them to the third round on a 2-0 lead and a good amount of money to boot.
And that is going to bring Ariane now 5-2. Very good KD ratio to have right now for this matchup. Only matched by Grinch, who's still IT with 4-2. Graphics, what did you see on that last round? We're seeing the pushes from Ling just barely not working out. What is Realm 1 doing correctly that's really stopping Ling?
Right now, Realm 1 is just playing patient, doing what they need to do, and waiting for Ling to push into the point. They didn't take any unnecessary swings that they didn't have the extra manpower to back up. I mean, we saw it in like a 3v2 or a 4v2, and that's when they started playing a little more aggressive. Realm 1 knows when and how to use their resources and manpower to be able to push through that Ling offense, especially when it's on its last legs.
And as we're trying to just show this, we have 6 seconds left on the clock for this buy phase. Now, Realm 1 is in a pretty good position. We see them holding on to no Vezins. They have rifles, but Shadow takes out Ariane already from, I believe, the top floor. Parrot takes out Reaver in return, evening up the numbers, but it's immediately a player down, and Parrot might get taken out by an Incendiary. Nade out as well. Takes out Nis. There's so many players down already, and Parrot almost down as well. That is Realm 1 already at man advantage, 4-3, as D Moonjay going through the vent, hoping to claim another life. Heading through the vent, Dusty is back on the hall, hoping to watch the doorway, but Ling is getting caught very off guard by these roams. Speaking of roams, Shadow coming down the outside stairs, hoping to come down. He's just watching it carefully, hoping someone peeks around, gets a little sloppy. Yui peeks out, gets taken down. Parrot nearly gets taken down as well. Goes back upstairs, knowing his job is done. Parrot and Dusty now alone against a Realm 1 full health 4-stack. We're holding on to 2 Vezins.
We see this stalemate looking to come to a close as Shadow finds Dusty. Parrot all alone with next to no health, and Shadow takes him out as well. Nice headshot right over the tool bench. If you cannot get control over this tool bench, it is difficult to get into sight, as shown by Realm 1 and Ling.
You can see the blind fire from Shadow, just masterfully done, peeking around the corner, knowing where he is, and just leaving his gun, getting a straight headshot off.
Call it king of the tool bench, man. It's really what you need. My goodness. Scratch what I said last round about Realm 1 playing patient. That was an extremely aggressive defensive round, which I love to see personally, and it worked out very, very well for them. The amazing window push at the beginning, their utility usage was phenomenal with the Incendiary and the frag kill very early on. Overall, phenomenal job by round 1 that entire time.
Yeah, we were seeing a very quick change up on pacing for their defenses, especially when they're getting those gun advantages. They're getting more bold, getting a little bit more aggressive, really throwing Ling off. They don't quite know what to expect, especially a team that usually plays at one pace. Actually, I do have to take the back. We've seen Ling vary their play style a lot recently in these last few weeks. But they've got to make up some ground now. Luckily, we have some Vezins and Maruis on the field. Ling begins their push onto bridge.
We have a split push from Ling, actually. Nis and Dusty droning in onto the normal navigation push, but it looks like Ling also going for a rotate play. Ariane pushes in, takes out the flank on Reaver, hoping to take out the wall as well, but Shadow now knows that someone is there, going for some wall bangs. Ling is a bit split up. They're not quite sure which point they want to go for. It looks like they're now converging onto A. They have foam. They have the resources to use to get into the point, but will they be able to use them? They have really no throwables other than a smoke. They invested a lot into their weaponry. This could be a bit of a turning point if they can get the round off. Dusty takes just a little bit of damage, not too much. It's important for Ling to really get in there and get some good shots off. They need to get a positive player trade. If they can just get 1 or 2 players per one of their deaths, that'll be really good trade. Barrett takes out D-Moonjay, but Shadow takes out Ariane. Shadow on the flank, tries to take out another, but barely can't get it down. Now it's just Shadow against a 4-stack of Ling players. Backs out with the rifle, might go for the save. He doesn't have a lot to work with, going for the blind fire. I'd almost pick up a stim and then leave.
It looks like Shadow is going to play this cautiously. He's going to just try and keep himself alive, make sure that that Vezin can come into the next round. Holding lean peaks in very interesting spots, just making sure that he can't be pushed out by anybody, trying to utilize those choke points and those long hallways to keep himself in play. This has gone absolutely the other way from the last 3 rounds. Parrot managing to get all the way into sight and just clear it out for his entire team. Dusty does finally find the pick as Shadow tries to evacuate to the lower floor. Unfortunate he will not be able to take that Vezin in the next round.
Ling, very amazing job. The split push working out very, very well, and that's exactly what you want to see out of these teams with the Challenger Cup. I know you said it earlier, Shimmy, Ling with a couple of their unorthodox strategies, and a split push is one of them, and it worked out really, really well. Realm 1 not ready for it, and it doesn't look like they had much of the utility that they needed to be able to cover a dual site push, so they lost their manpower, and it just all kind of went out the window from there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Though, we do need to see if they are going to be able to do this, or to execute another unorthodox play and get themselves into this middle site. Those choke points absolutely hurt them last time, and we do see a Huracan sitting on Shadow, who is probably going to, he's going to take control of that staircase, play the short angles. This is going to be a nasty approach that Ling is going to need to execute. But we do see more of a split, like you were talking about, Gravix.
I was gotta say, this Huracan play is something that I really saw quite a bit from BLC when I was watching them play. I believe Gloomy was a sucker for the Huracan, and it seems like Shadow is in the same boat. When they're in a bit of a bind, it's a great gun to pick up to just put a lot of rounds downrange.
It's not quite the strongest shotgun. However, the rapid fire nature of it, you can really punish somebody. Ooh, Reaver does take out Ariane. That roam coming from A-side stairwell falling apart as Reaver takes down his second. It is 3v5, everybody left over in Medical Bay. They're going to have to sort out how to deal with Shadow and all these wallbangs they're about to experience. Shadow trying to get that shot off with the Huracan, not quite finding it. Nis finding a nade onto Reaver.
The flank, however, hopefully they flank watch Shadow. They don't know he's back there. Box, Dusty covering behind Box. The other gets incendiaried out. Now Shadow pushing up with Huracan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Grinch takes out Parrot and Nice. And Ascended takes out Dusty. That's Realm 1 up 4-1 over Ling on this first matchup. Now 7-3, 7-3 from Grinch and Shadow. It's a rough situation to be in for Ling. They're now down 3 rounds. They have one more round for Switch, and then they're going on to the defensive side.
Yeah, Realm 1 doing a great job of capitalizing on these defensive rounds, trying to set themselves up for this back attacking half. Been doing a great job so far. One thing I want to point out is their utility, especially with those incendiary grenades. I know earlier this season, actually pretty earlier in the season, they got a buff, or a nerf. Oh my gosh. Whatever I'm saying, incendiaries are good. They're really, really good. And Realm 1 is using them phenomenally, covering those areas that are breached open, and using them to their advantage to converge in at the end. Exactly what they should have done. Stopping Ling's push. It's just really, really good gameplay from Row 1 right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. We do see this setup for the A side. Not quite going their way last time, but maybe they're going to execute a little bit better for Ling. Drone goes out from Dusty. Gonna guide Parrot right into Armory. D-Moon J holding off, seeing if he can get any picks off of this wall. The Incendiary goes out, and D-Moon tries to find a pick, not quite finding anything just yet. Drone does go down.
Drone gets taken down. We see Shadow moving his trips over to the other point. We saw him have trips in, out, takes them out. Ariane was waiting in case someone tried to come out that top floor. Doesn't quite see anyone, but Reaver is waiting on the bottom stairs in case someone goes for a roam. A 4-person push in from Ling, hoping to get full control over the area outside A. Grinch gets taken down by Splez. Splez takes down Shadow. Incendiary will take Yui down. Just a couple ticks of health, but Ascended gets a bit aggressive with the peek out. Now Yui takes out D-Moonjay. Reaver hoping to go for the peek again, but now on a 5v3, Ling is all on full health currently. It's not a great situation to be in for Realm 1 as they get pushed in on.
Ooh, oh my goodness, this is absolutely falling apart as Grinch pushes out with Ascended Death to counter that push. Ascended Death finding a second one, Dusty taking him out, and it is a 1v1 versus Reaver and Dusty. Dusty having control of the site, not quite realizing yet, while Reaver works his way through Connector. While he's, no, it looks like he is actually, okay, no, now he is going through Connector, looking to find where he can get that last Ling player. We see a lot of Ring Around the Rosie coming out as Dusty moves into Engine Room, possibly going to go for the vent. No, looks like he's going to grab a gun and move back over. Reaver and Dusty, this inevitable 1v1, closer and closer to happening.
Reaver knows he has all the time in the world. He can just wait for the EMP to start. He doesn't need to rush it. Dusty shooting the clone out. Starts the clone prime. Reaver doesn't realize it's a fake and pushes out, gets taken down by a flick from Dusty. That's Ling going 2-4 for the switch, so not too bad. Honestly, they're going to get a pretty good matchup here, honestly.
Yeah, doing a great job of keeping it even there. Ling able to clutch out the 1v1. Utility on both sides, especially in that crazy part. We saw like 4 kills on the kill feed, back to back to back. Utility, really the major player there. The smokes, the incins, everything to cause chaos, and then at that point, it is just kill as many enemies as you can see. Ling doing a great job of that, taking it to a 1v1, and then Dusty finishing it out with some great angles, great gunplay, and he knew exactly what to do with that clone projector as well. Didn't fake him out.
These two teams...
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, like, that counter push, though, that came out of Realm 1, or sorry, yeah, Realm 1 to push Ling back out and reduce that man advantage. That was filthy. Ascended Death and Grinch just absolutely wiping the site. Dusty did manage to shut that down, though, and keep his team alive and ultimately secure that. We see that hatch opening, and the bridge push begins from Realm 1, Splez holding aggressive counter entry.
Splez has been droned out immediately, however. He's one bit of util away from getting taken down. Doesn't stop him from taking out D-Moonjay untouched. Nearly takes out Ascended as well. Takes out Ascended as well, but gets taken out by Reaver from the opposite door. Dusty stuck on the opposite side by the stairs, but the damage is done. Realm 1 now down 2 players. Ling only down 1, and not too much health either. Now they're able to hold down the point as Shadow rotates around. They have to pick up the pieces of their offense if they want to continue this momentum of having rounds up. But Ling is now on the defensive side, and they're a bit of a defensive-sided team that we've seen sometimes in their play. So if they can get this off, it'll go well for them. Shadow hoping to push in on the other side on offense, but Ling is dug into these points. They're not giving up any ground to these Realm 1 players. Shadow stuck outside the point, getting peeked in on by Yui as well as Ariane. Meanwhile, Grinch and Reaver hoping to push to the other side. Shadow nearly takes down 2 players, but barely can't get it off. And now Yui trying to take another, but Dusty takes down Grinch. Ariane takes down his teammate and an enemy. And now it is a 3v1.
We see Reaver trying to hold on for his life against 3 Ling players. All 3 of them looking to find their angle and get that next kill. Looks like Reaver is going to slowly walk over to the corner by the far side window just to keep his life. Parrot inevitably about to engage him. Looks like he's going to try and do a run out, fake him out. Reaver finds Dusty, and Parrot nearly finds Reaver. Ooh, that headshot happens, and he is down to 1 health.
And
it is a low health battle. It is a low health battle between these two, but Arane decides he wants the kill.
1 health, 2 bullets.
Whew.
What a situation.
I did not see his. Yeah, I didn't see his ammo counter. Dang, that is rough.
It was red and there was a 0. Not a situation you want to be in. So Ling able to clutch that out pretty handily. A lot of great things we saw there, especially from Ling's side. We saw them with an amazing aggressive defense from the start, taking out 2 players. I think that's really what pushed them and got them to the end of the match. We also saw them being very smart and retreating back into site as soon as, forget who it was, Splezzy. As soon as Splezzy went down, immediate retreat back into site, and they just held in. They had their angles. They knew exactly what to do. They knew where Realm 1 was coming from, and they were just able to shut it down as soon as possible. And yeah, just converge. Ling does have a really good defense, and I'm excited to see where this will go, because they definitely have a chance of bringing this back around from the first half.
We do begin on that approach from upstairs. It looks like we're going to see a roam clear coming from Realm 1. Not quite sure on which site they're going to go for. It looks like they are going to lean for that standard B play. 4 players coming in. Looks like 2 of them are going to go secure the hatch, while the other 2 work their way onto the balcony and to try and clear out box hallway. We see Dusty waiting for that pick that is potentially going to come from Shadow peeking into barracks. The gunfight begins, and Dusty takes the first kill. Man advantage beginning on Ling's side.
You can see the extremely aggressive defense from Ling. They're trying to completely stop Realm 1 from entering the building. Now as Splez takes out Ascended on the opposite side of the building, he has a rough time ahead of him of trying to get out of there alive, but it's definitely doable. Wall blows on the other side of him. They blow the hatch remotely. There's no one actually there, but that will distract Splez a bit. The Moonjane Reaver hoping to take him out as he's holding onto the hatch. Reaver rotating in, not realizing Splez is in the point. Splez doesn't know they're there either. Now just hears footsteps outside as Moonjane peeks in. Splez knows he's there, gets taken out, but does take Moonjane down. A good bit of health. Now a 3v4 for Ling. Not too bad for Realm 1. They are up still 4-3. Moonjane hoping to take one down if they try to push out, but Ling is on full health currently. It's not a good situation to be in for Realm 1. They're hoping to get the wall blown, but they have no foam as it's up on the hatch, unfortunately. What can they do? Wall is going to be blown, but Ling is very much ready on point. They also still have an incendiary and a frag grenade. Now, Round 1 only has an incendiary. Ling can block off the plant for almost the entire time left on the counter.
Ooh, we do see that run, and Yui takes down 2. The desperate time coming in. Reaver does get Yui, however, he is just taking shots left and right through that wall. Looks like Reaver is going to try and find another pick. He gets 1, he gets 2, and it is down to 1v1. Parrot and Reaver about to duke it out right on this doorway. Parrot waiting for his chance. Reaver pushing in, not quite finding Parrot yet, but Parrot does manage to secure the kill, using that incendiary to push Reaver away from any cover. Ooh, that was a close. That was close to being close to being a clutch for Reaver. Whew.
Fantastic use of the incendiary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, incendiary closing off, not doing a good bit of damage. Actually, kind of doing the damage to somewhat finish it off. Ling there, some very aggro defense in the beginning. Didn't seem to work out, or did seem to work out for them, I think. Against the split site, the split push offense coming out of Realm 1. One thing I do want to talk about, though, with Realm 1 is in that late game, leaving the foam up on the hatch. They only had 45 seconds left on the clock at that time, and they had to cycle all the way back up, get up there, get the foam, come back down, and then breach the wall. If they had grabbed the foam, they would have had just enough time to be able to have been a little bit slower with that push, a little more careful, and been able to take that point, I think. But just those small little mistakes can cost you wonders, as we're now tied 4-4 heading into round number 9.
We see Dusty holding off in fire, looking to take out that drone early. Doesn't quite find it. Knows that they're coming in on B side. I don't think anybody knows yet that there are a couple players upstairs. I take that back. There is one, Reaver, trying to hold off any sort of spawn peaks. However, yeah, shenanigans. Exactly. Wallbang's coming out, but nothing quite found yet.
Barrett and Dusty really just trying to wallbang through all of these walls, but round 1, feeling like this room is a little too hot for their taste. Now pushes straight around towards the other side, towards B, but again, Splez and Yui are there to meet them. If Shadow pushed in, he's going to get a rude surprise with Yui down with the Vezin, but he could get a gift of a Vezin if Yui doesn't look just in time. But as I say that, Parrot takes down multiple, Yui takes down Shadow. Now it is just Reaver who gets taken out. That is a flawless from the Ling squad, now leading 5-4 over Realm 1. They really want this win.
They are 1 point away from guaranteeing at least a tie and 2 away from a victory on this defense. Ling doing an amazing job. Their aggressive defense strategy has been doing wonders for them. They know exactly where to hold. They know their angles. They know where Realm 1's going to push. I know I've been somewhat saying the same stuff here, but they've just been doing an amazing job with their defensive setup that it's somewhat impossible for round 1 to get through in these later rounds.
Good news, Graphics. We can't have ties. We have overtime rule in Breachers, so we can't have ties. We will have a definite victor by the end of this.
Thank goodness for that.
Meant to say we'll be heading to at least a tiebreaker if Ling takes this next round. They take 2. They get 1 win on their record for their Challenger Cup, and Realm 1 going 0-1. But still got at least 2 more rounds to play, so let's play them. Round number 10.
Oh, Dusty immediately finding
immediately.
Oh my goodness. Oh, looks like Demon is in danger as well. Ariane finding 1. Ascended Death getting the refrag. Dusty looking to recover and take Ascended Death out, but deciding to retreat back into sight.
Reaver trying to recover just some health, basically, off their team. Now Dusty in Hall behind the box, hoping to take down Ascended as soon as he tries to push in. The clone helping him out quite a bit, as he is distracting the players just a little bit. As Parrot takes out Reaver, it is now a 4v2. Ling has really turned the tables on the Realm 1 squad from the beginning. We're seeing this now. They're very aggressive on this defense. I wish we had seen this when it came to their offense, really. Now, it's going to be rough. Splez pushes out. He might climb out the window to take out Shadow. I'm not quite sure. We'll see if he can.
Looks like there is going to be a rethink on the approach. Shadow backing off of the window. Splez nearly finding Ascended Death. Looks like they're going to duke it out here for a second. Not quite finding anybody. Splez manages to secure the headshot. It is down to Ascended Death. He has to make something happen. But Dusty denies that. And that is 6 rounds in the pockets of Ling on match point. Backs against the wall for Realm 1.
Yup, match point for Ling. And they deserve it, I think. The way they've been playing, the aggressive defense strategy has been working. Realm 1 has not expected it, especially in the beginning with that frame 1 kill. Oh my goodness. Was not ready for a kill to come out on like the first 5 seconds of the round. That's insane to me. The way it's been super aggressive from Ling, it's working. It's working, and I think it's gonna get them their first win in the Challengers Cup, though. Who knows? Realm 1 still has a chance to come back. They still have a very good chance to come back, but they gotta take 2 rounds here, and that's very hard against what we've been seeing as this Ling defense.
We do see that buy-in. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. We're taking a look at the scoreboard here, and 10-6 from Dusty is very commendable. That is a fantastic score to be holding this late into the map. And now, as we're getting into potentially the last round of this map, of the first round of the Challenger Cup, we are seeing the drone coming in. Splez and Dusty holding down on stairs. Meanwhile, Moonjay almost gets taken out by Parrot, but in return, an Incendiary gets tossed to his feet. Standard navigation push from Realm 1 might be a bit of a blunder, as Moonjay might... barely survives the Incendiary. Nearly gets taken out by Parrot, who tries to push in as well. A lot of utility going out. Takes out Splez immediately. Dusty now stuck alone on the stairs, but Parrot is there to support. Ling getting separated out. They need to play as a team if they want to get this down.
Ooh, Dusty finding one, but Shadow getting the refrag through the smoke. Shadow finding his second. They have flipped the script. It is now 4v2 in the favor of Realm 1. Wallbangs coming out as they try and fish out those last 2 picks. Nothing quite found yet. Yui and Ari have to hold down the fort on this one if they want to give Ling that early win and not force us into a next round. Yui looking for an eager pick, does not find it. Shadow punishes him for the run out. And Ariane finds one, ooh, Shadow shuts him down and secures that next round, forcing us to continue this match, and also giving Ling a not so great eco coming into this next round.
Allowing us to continue this match.
But also, I may or may not have Caster's Curse to them.
Hey, but also, when it comes to this matchup, I think Ling possibly got a little overconfident from that last match. We saw them taking 1v2s, 1v3s, and just losing them out. If Ling had played it as a team there, how they had been previously, it might have worked out a little bit better.
Let's hope they can readjust going into this next round, or I should say the final round, round number 12. Round 1 wins this. We head to an overtime round. Even economy, team with the highest score gets to pick the sides, which could be changed after this, but looks like most likely. Round 1 actually has a good amount of score as well. So it could be very, very close in terms of who gets to choose map and side, but that's only if Ling isn't able to clutch this out here. Full rifles, good utility from both sides. Let's see it, round number 12. Here we go.
I will notice, Ling had 1,400 left. They could have bought a little more utility, honestly. They're missing a smoke. They could have bought pretty much everything out, but I feel like they just bought what they were comfortable with, which can work out. Double drone coming in from Realm 1, maybe trying to just fake out the Ling players, but Ling takes down a drone immediately. Second drone is taken down almost by Dusty from Ascended Death. Now, drone going in on the point. Does see the clone, most likely. Does not get seen. Now, drone goes down. It is up to the Realm 1 players to go in blind now. They need to pick a point. They have 1:50 left on the clock. They just need to get one opportune kill. Ling is very spread out currently, so if they can just take down the 2 players on point, they'll have full control, full dominion over when and where the Ling players can push in.
We do see those walls opened up. Dusty narrowly avoiding an instant, and a frag dumps right where he used to be. Smoke holding him off. Splesson finds one. The battle for this B site well underway. Splesson narrowly avoiding a second nade as Grinch and Shadow try and secure a little bit more purchase to make their entry into this site. Grinch finding one, looking for his second as Dusty tries to hold them off. Parrot finding Shadow, and we are down 4-3. It does not look amazing for Realm 1, but they still have their chance.
Yui fighting in the trenches, throwing nades out from inside of the vents. Now Dusty holding the door down, Yui and Parrot on the mean peak. Here's an important decision for Realm 1. Do we push in B or do we rotate A? Seems they've committed to B because of the flash, but an Incendiary blocks them off. 40 seconds left on the clock. Reaver's still inside the engine room. Meanwhile, Moonjay possibly rotating. Reaver takes out Yui, evening up the numbers a bit more. Parrot takes out Reaver, but Ariane is ready. RNA, is ready. Gets taken out by Moonjay, but 25 seconds left on the clock. 2v2, they're stuck outside the point. They need to either blow open the wall or get straight to the other point now.
Ooh, Parrot beginning to rotate. It looks like D-Moon is all the way in. Parrot finding Grinch, and it is down to 2v1. Parrot looking to secure this round for his team, and he does. That is a Ling win in the books, folks.
Well done to Ling. First round win for the Challenger Cup in their favor. Well done. Before we head to a short ad break, do you have any closing thoughts on this, Gravix?
Yeah, from that last round, we saw a safer defense from Ling. held their angles. They did great. That last offensive push doing wonders for them, obviously. Parrot being able to get that final 2K gave them the match. So, obviously phenomenal job from both teams. Ling getting their first win of possibly many, but again, we still have 4 more maps to play. So stay tuned as we continue the North American Challengers Cup.
We'll be back after a short ad break on the second round of the Swiss tournament for the VRML Challenger Cup. We hope to see you all there to have an exciting matchup then. We'll be revealing those teams that will be fighting when we get to that.
Prepare to start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody's
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Wow. Match point. Prepare to
Is
start.
Baron left alive? Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Is
start.
Baron left alive? Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Hello, everyone. This is Plague Doctor back again here on the stream. We're back with the Challenger Cup for Season 4, Day 1, Round 2. Now on the matchup between Empire and 8 Basils. It's going to be an exciting one. What are you guys looking forward to? We had an exciting matchup last time, and I think we've had these two teams go against each other before, if I'm not mistaken. No, we haven't. It's going to be an exciting matchup. 8 Basils has an impressive win rate. 70% is huge. 4 teams, especially for joining. I think they joined a little late in the season.
We
Yeah,
see
right
two
now.
teams. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Right now, we got the number 6 seed versus the number 2 seed. Empire number 2, 8 Basil's at number 6. It's looking to be a good match, and the map we're playing on, Shimmy, is Arctic.
Good old Arctic, especially after that rework. It's a slightly different map, a little bit less open, a little bit more close quarters, and plays a lot differently, though. I mean, between Empire, a previous VRML finalist, and 8 Basils, a team that has been stacked with a lot of players we've seen from previous seasons before, this is going to be one heck of a matchup. I am looking forward to this.
Yeah, and I think we're ready to start whenever. We're just waiting on these teams to start. Very, very on time so far. It's going to be really exciting to see this matchup. Now, these two teams have had a match so far in the Challenger Cup, and we're going to be talking about what the teams have been doing after this one, just to get a couple more bits of information. But so far, the teams have been putting in a big battle in order to get through this Challenger Cup, to get their spot in the playoffs against those top teams. We had, Shimmy, I don't know if you remember from our last match, but F3 barely squeaked out of the Challenger Cup. They were in 8th place, and their win against IBI NA brought them up to 5th.
Yeah, they barely managed to avoid the Challengers Cup while putting one of the greatest upsets we've seen all season onto the leaderboards. I don't think anybody was expecting F3 to be able to beat the number 1 team, the previous champions, but they delivered one heck of a match, especially that last map on Dam, the 7-0 clean sweep. That was something to watch. That was insane. The way that those F3 players played their hearts out was amazing to see. But, of course, forcing Suits back into the Challengers Cup bracket.
Which we have seen them doing pretty well in so far. Their last match was against Stormwatch, and they went 7-1, so pretty swift. Done and dusted for Suits. They are the number 1 seed in the Challenger Cup right now, so we expect them to go pretty far, but only one round in, so we'll see especially a lot more after this second round here and the third round, and then we'll start to get an idea of who's really the contenders to get those top 2 spots to move on to the best of 3 game tomorrow, which the winner of that will then advance into the playoff bracket, I think in next week or the week after.
Yeah, and we're just waiting on these players to start. While we wait, what I really want to see from this matchup, we had some fantastic gunplay in that last matchup. The two teams just really battling it out. And now, on this one, I want to see these two teams have some great utility. We saw some okay utility on that last one, but not many that really stood out. I want to see Empire, and we've seen Empire have fantastic utility in some of their matches, and 8 Basils has put up a fantastic performance. 70% win rate is fantastic to have, and that's not just from one aspect of their gameplay. They're clearly very well spread out when it comes to their gameplay and how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some people that have some very interesting strats, play some very interesting play styles. For instance, Litronics and Fishy. 2 people that are not exactly orthodox and always an interesting and fun time to see out on the field. Freck as well. Freck being a long time player of VRML, being the previous captain. Oh man, why am I blanking on the team? But either way, no. Oh my god, goodness. No. It'll come back to me. I'm sorry. It head's a little bit jumbled with all the mess that's going on.
No worries.
Well, looks like it doesn't have to be jumbled anymore as we're heading into the only map of this one,
Arctic is going to be an exciting one to get into because there are some very, very definite meta plays on this map. No matter what floor you're on, you really have one play that you're going to do. Maybe you'll split off and do a second play to complement it, but really you only have one thing you're going to do, which is, in this case, starting on bottom floor. This is, I would say, one of the most standardized meta plays in the game. just entering through the red hallway that will allow you to get a good purchase on it. But the defenders can really just watch it as much as they want. It's extremely contested, this red hallway. However, I'm confused to see no one on Empire guarding it nor no one on flank, but I believe that may have been a bit of a meta change that happened where people realized, hey, we can just watch this back stairway and isolate folks. Now, all of Empire holding up on point. Sorry, all of Empire waiting outside. 8 Basils hold up on point with Meow watching the doorway, trying to maybe throw out some utility. He is holding on to a lit nade. Nade goes out straight to Iconic's feet, but doesn't quite take him out, giving 8 Basils a bit of information.
Meow already gonna take a few hits through the wall and goes down to Akeno. Great wall bangs to start off the map. Fishy from restart, apparently. He is on 8 Basils. That was for Shimmy. Peeks a little bit, smoke comes out, and it looks like he's gonna get tagged by the instant. Has to swing, does get the kill. But Akeno gonna get the revenge kill from beyond the grave with the incendiary. That's the power of utility, Plague. As we head into a 4v3 here, Electronics looks like he's about to swing onto Freak with a really good angle setup in this small green hallway here. As the rest of Empire and held up Freak there to take out Electronics, goes down a refrag, and now it's a 2v1. Blue Slay the last one up.
Takes down IDOT. Now just has to take down Rios, who does not have EMP. He has to grab it from off the wall. He has to, rather, activate it on the wall. 1v1 Blue Slayer right now holds all the power for his team. He can just wait out Rios. And as Rios doesn't check his corner, gets taken out by Blue Slayer, that is a point up for 8 Basils on the defense for Arctic. Pistol round clutched up for his team.
Man, that site is always a dangerous approach. You can get there's so much damage from those wall bangs. You can get absolutely utiled out because you don't have a lot of places to run into in that hallway. As we saw, util kept flying out, gunfights happening through the wall and through the doorway. Breck with that little cheeky corner that he was sitting in. Like, it's a hard site to approach, and if you don't watch everything, if you don't mind where you are on that wall before you blow it, it can be deadly to be the enforcers on that floor. But as we rotate over to the top floor, this is something a little bit more open, a little bit easier to approach on that enforcer side. We see a very, very big split for 8 Basils when it comes to that defense, looking for that total floor control, while we have Empire setting up for that standard B play. B play.
Yeah, we got some of the hats Electronics in the window, and it looks like they're ready to go in towards the gym side here. Rimmed God very, very close to where they could be pushing in through green hallway if Electronics wants to push in. But right now, we're getting off to a slow start. Not a very aggressive offense, but defense spread out very far, as you were saying, Shimmy. As the gunplay should begin soon. Rim got a few shots on the Rios and Electronics. It looks like the round is now truly underway. A little bit of foam coming out onto the gym wall. It looks like they're prepping for a B-side push. Pretty standard and pretty meta. So let's see if 8 Basils is there. Predicted. Freaking gonna swing out. Not gonna catch anybody. Nobody's in the middle of that hallway though. Flash goes out.
Fantastic flash. Oh, but the trips. The trips take down Aquino. Now IDOT pushing back into the back hallway. Mega taken down by Freck, who rotates back into the point. Iconic holding down the back hallway, but Fishy is blocked off from coming in. IDOT is very low, and there's no stim on his team to get him healed up. No stim on the other team as well. Red God still on green hallway, holding it down. Freck in gym now, having the wall open gave him a great opportunity to just watch onto the parts where Empire could go through. Electronics is somewhat stuck at this point. So is the rest of his team. They could try to rotate out. They are rotating into cafeteria. However, they're going to get blindsided by Meow, who takes down both. And now it's just Electronics who gets taken down by Freck and Jim. And that is 8 Basils now up 2 in this matchup.
My goodness, what a stomp of a defense. They were able to just hold any sort of entry into those necessary rooms to get into sight. Empire just was not able to outgun 8 Basils on any of those corners. Multiple times, 2Ks coming out from those 8 Basils players. That being said, Empire is no slouches. These are not people that we've seen roll over. They're going to still work and get these these sites down. They know that this is a hard, aggressive counter entry that 8 Basils is playing. It looks like they're stacking up with what they can buy to try and force out a lot of util being in their hands this time. 2 drones looks like they're going to try and find and isolate these 1v1s and get themselves closer in. Though 8 Basils is not being slouches. We see a very minimal buy though. They are just not investing. It looks like they're just going to keep running with what they have until they're wiped off the board and have a clean slate to go full Vezins in. Only seeing 1 at this time.
Honestly, not a horrible strategy, so you can save eco, especially into the later rounds of the half. Gonna see that first of 2 drones you talked about coming out into the green room over here and back into red hallway towards B site. Classic. Again, another slower push from Empire, making sure that nobody's there. And another very spread out push, or defense from 8 Basils. Again, just trying to deny access. Rimgod being the aggressive one once again, sitting by the corner. Tries to get a couple more shots off. Akechi could be in the way. Rios as well. But it looks like it's not going to go anywhere as of right now. As he seems to... Oh, he could possibly push right back over. It's not going to go anywhere.
Rias seems to really want God's Vezin. He really is trying to really aggressively peek it to take him down. Now, Rid does not get taken down, but almost the rest of his team does. Now a 2v5, full health over side, but Rid takes down Aquino with the nade. Now inside point takes down Rios. Now a 3v2. Gun advantage definitely belongs in the court of 8 Basils with the Vezin still. Now pushing up, hoping to take out Idot as he peeks up over the box. Just waits it out, however. Electronics could get the flank as Meow pushes in, but gets taken out. Now it is just Rid on God is trying to wallbang out Idot, takes out Idot. It is a 1v1, but Iconic takes down Rid, and that is going to be a Vezin in the hands of Empire. However, they don't seem to want to grab it. Empire just jumping straight down. They don't grab the Vezin. They don't grab anything. They just jump straight down to the bottom of the building. And now that is going to bring them 1-2. Jimmy, why do you think he didn't grab that Vezin?
I don't think he realized that there was a Vezin in play. He just wanted to get the kill done and then kind of just coast out. So maybe didn't quite realize it. I don't think his teammates ever called out that they got taken out by a Vezin. Maybe they didn't even notice. However, you did see Empire play that a lot slower. They knew that there was going to be a hard counter entry. Quite not as hard as some of the other floors yet, but they played that a lot more slow. Found out where those 8 Basil players were actually sitting, and then took them out one by one. You saw that when that kill feed jumped with 3 different deaths on the 8 Basil side, as they were able to segment out those, isolate out those kills, segment them out, and take control of that entire site, forcing that 2v5. That was extremely well done on Empire's part. 8 Basils nearly getting the clutch up with Riddy.
And now Empire hoping to blow open the hatch with Rios holding the EMP, going down through hatch. Drone does go out for his team. Empire hoping to get a hold on Green Hall. However, 8 Basils again have a pretty good hold on it. No trips this time. They don't think the same trick is going to work twice. However, they do have statics up to block off the hall. Rios pushing in. We do have, it looks like Iconic pushing in through food court, hoping to maybe take someone out in case they're sitting in kitchen, but he doesn't see anyone. Goes back through. Empire pretty cautious about their push in. 8 Basils again also very cautious about their defense.
We do see a Keno trying to watch somebody for a possible roam from downstairs, but there's nobody down there. So right now Empire kind of down a member as a Keno continues watching these stairs. B-wall is foamed up, so Freak could possibly get hit. It looks like he's going to move out of the way. He goes out. It's an instant to block that area. Rhythm God goes down to Rios. He's going to swing, try to find another one. And it looks like he's going to fire into the B site. It looks like that's where they're going to push. The wall gets blown. The round is fully underway. Frag goes out, not going to go anywhere. Another instant. Keno gets Blue Slayer with the frag. Looks like it was a refrag. It's a 4v3 right now, and it looks like Empire staying a little more back and not really pushing into sight yet. Iconic with the EMP looks to get the plant. Freak in a swing, immediately gets the kill. Fishy gets the other one. Fishy with another one on a Keno. And it's now just IDOT versus the 3 remaining members of 8 Basils. Only with an SMG. It doesn't look like he's going to get the Vezin. He could get the rifle that's here. Doesn't look like he's going to try. EMP is on the wall, so he could try to bait that up, but it looks like he may just be going in for the save.
I don't know. It looks like he's going around trying to get some wall bangs off just in case, hoping to bait out a rotate. Now heading in, goes for the nade to try to take down one of his players. Opportune, but just can't. IDOT now outside. I would almost just try to grab the Marui and get out. Looks like he is now just heading off for the save. Fishy will not be going for the push out. Never mind, Freck's going for the push out, so is Fishy, but IDOT does escape with his life, doesn't go for the kill, just gets that Marui and gets out. Probably a good idea with their economy so far. They saved quite a bit of money, which will allow him, if he wants to buy a rifle for his teammate, which would be valuable. They're down on a good few rounds, however, but it's definitely not unsalvageable.
No, and I mean, this time, 8 Basils did not hold as heavy of an aggro defense. They knew that there was going to be a little bit more caution on the side of Empire. So they hold up in sight and just utilized those Maruis for that long-range engagement, which worked completely in their favor. They managed to just stave off that Empire push and whittle them down to next to nothing. IDOT did, though, manage to get away with that Marui, as you called it. Literally, the second you said it, he does exactly that and runs out, which is a smart move on his part. They need it in order to get into this next round. You can see a spotty buy across the board in terms of Empire. This middle floor, depending on how they approach, well, actually, no, anywhere that they're going to try and approach this, there's going to be some decently long engagements. It's going to be hard to deal with those 2 Maruis that are on 8 Basil's side. So they're going to need a little bit of firepower of their own.
Now trying to get into the building. Freck putting down a last-minute proximity. Empire going for just a straight-up green room push with Rhythm God hoping to hold it down from the opposite side of the vent. Vent is probably going to get opened up by his teammate. No, it doesn't. A lot of rifles going through. This could be a great opportunity for Rhythm God to get a good piece of utility into that room through the vent. Rid stuck in the other side. Rias pushing up. No wall bangs for 8 Basils, but now they might go for some wall bangs as the prox does go down. Rhythm God wanting to push out. Rias doing some info peeks, trying to catch him out as he peeks. Rhythm nearly gets taken out, but Rias does not get the kill. Trying to force him to reload so Rhythm can push out, I believe. Now just hoping to get anything off they can. Empire down a little bit of health, but 8 Basil's down a good bit more. Rhythm now pushing around back to the opposite side, hoping to feint a rotate, but these teams a little stagnant currently. Walls are getting foamed up, I believe, for these 2 teams, but they're just trying to figure out how they can probe each other's defense and offense. Now, Rhea, go ahead.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of damage from the grenade, but Rid not going to be able to do much damage with that in general. And it looks like a very, very slow round. We got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock here. Empire has not made many moves. It looks like they've blown one wall into B-side. Rhythm gets iconic. Electronics gets the refrag. Looks like they push through the vent towards the other side of B-side. Freak goes down to Rias. Kenna's gonna swing, goes right down to Fishy. And it looks like we are finally underway with this round, and the action is ramping up quickly as we head into the 3v3 plague.
Now, Electronics has an RCP, which is still a pretty dangerous weapon to have, but a Vezin and Marui is nothing to joke about. And as we see Empire going for the A rotate, Blue is there to deny, hopefully, as he does have hands on his gun. Does get taken out by a flick from Rias. He's very low, but that still worked out very well. IDOT going for the plan as Electronics takes out Meow. It's just Fishy against an Empire 3-stack. However, Empire is extremely low. Fishy almost has more health than all of them combined if Electronics was dead. Rias leans around. Fishy knows he's there, but gets almost taken out by Rias. Takes him out, but loses his health advantage as Electronic peeks around and takes out Fishy. That is now Empire down 2-3, but almost at a clean slate against 8 Basils.
Oh man, that rotate worked really, really well for Empire, being able to isolate out Blue Slayer and push straight into sight. It was very hard to recover from those connectors for 8 Basils, and as we saw, it didn't quite work out. Fishy made what he could, or did what he could, taking down one person, just not quite able to get those last 2 frags. That is just one of those situations where the rotate is just too strong. I mean, Empire is not slouching. They're thinking with their brains on this one.
100%. And now putting down some utility for their team. Empire knows they want to get another round off. They're going for just a full buy. IDOT has plenty of money to spare. So does Lightronics. Meanwhile, 8 Basils scraping together their pocket change to get some rifles and to get some utility. Only an Omen on Fishy could spell doom for this round, as it will allow 8 Basils to get a good, a leg down, I would say, off of Empire. Lightronics opening up Red Room door, hoping to split up these 8 Basils players, as Fishy is stuck outside. Dangerous position BN as Rias pushes in. But rewarding, but he's gonna get taken out almost by a nade. Oh, they don't see him. Rias has no idea. He just leaned directly over a player. Fishy takes out iconic positive player trade, but gets taken out. Nade almost takes out Freck as well, but doesn't quite. Meow going for the rotate. No flank watch from Empire. Rias takes the flank, but not in time, and that is now Lightronics against an 8 Basils 4-stack.
Gets one somehow as he snuck into B site. On the flank, it looks like it's working. It's a 1v3. Can he take it? Actively heals coming from Freak Meow on 75 HP. Everyone else at 100. The trip mines right there. He pops them. Wall is foamed up and ready to go. Electronics going to be facing a wall of enemies if he pops it. Takes a little bit of damage from running by. Wall is open.
Cloak going up could be good, but could be bad. A lot of players don't realize that you can hear the enemy cloak. So if Empire isn't careful, 8 Basils could hear the cloak deactivate and know he's behind the death box. Seems like they might know he's there, as Freck is waiting beside. Rhythm God is waiting on the outside door. Electronics now pushing up. Freck waiting very patiently beside the door for any sound cue. Might hear the cloak deactivate and might push. Not quite sure. Electronics checking every corner he can. Does check it out, takes out Freck, now pushing around, takes out, gets taken out by Rhythm God and Meow on the double push. And that is 8 Basils now up 4-2 over Empire here on Arctic, rotating onto offense. Definitely a good position to be in over Empire here on Arctic.
I gotta give it to Fishy, Freck, and Meow for that beautiful bait play. Freck just decided he was going to be the most obnoxious person in the entire world at the end of Hall. Just doing pre-fire after pre-fire, getting all of the attention, allowing Fishy to secure the first kill, Meow to come in, secure 2 more, and Freck to get one of his own. They managed to just get all of that, or that entire Empire team into the hallway, into the kill zone, and just decimate them. What a beautiful little bait.
A little bit of deja vu we're seeing here, Plague, with the 4-2 going into the second half, except the sides are switched. 4-2 in favor of 8 Basils, who is now on the attacking side. All Spectrals and a good amount of util from both teams. Ooh, Freak running the Cyclone. It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, but the drone comes in the green room as round 7 gets underway.
Definitely a B push, a meta push from the 8 Basil side as they do drone in. Lightronics and Aquino both holding it down along with Rias. Surprised to see, Meow does rotate upstairs to check if there's any flankers, doesn't see anyone, which is somewhat of a surprise, but Empire seems to just want to go point central. Freck got very overambitious with that Cyclone play onto point. He did take down a ton of health on the Empire players, but he got taken down in return. Meow now on the back wall, Blue Slayer waiting for the wall to blow. Foam in the hands of Blue Slayer. He could foam the wall now. Ready on the back wall for it to blow. Electronics is up directly beside the bomb, but he has a good bit of cover. Rias and Kino as well as Electronics takes down Fishy, rotates around before the wall blows. Good instincts for him, but now Meow is in the point. Rid takes down Electronics. Meow takes down IDOT with a nade, and Aquino gets taken out by Rid. that is now iconic against 8 Basil's players. Rid nearly at full health still. Is iconic to go against 3 full health players. An Incend to his name and a Spectral. Not quite sure where they are.
Again, some more deja vu coming out as 8 Basils left in a 3 versus 1 where they have the advantage. Iconic now the last one, having to tackle this team of monsters on 8 Basils. That's 1. And the immediate refrag from Meow, getting 8 Basils their 5th point of the round, and that much closer to taking I think their second win, if I recall correctly. I want to take a look. Yeah, their second win. 8 Basils did win their last round, so this would be their second win if they are able to take just 2 more rounds here on Arctic.
I gotta give it to Freck, being the suicidal maniac that he was that round. He was able to put a bunch of damage down, get all the intel that the rest of 8 Basils needed to do a strong execute, completely managed to solidify where Empire was sitting and bait them into over investing onto that B site. So once 8 Basils was ready to do that execution, they knew where every single player was. They were able to throw the util down and put the shots where they needed and completely wipe that entire site clean. Excellent job, Freck. Right now 8 Basils is on fire. They are putting bodies on the ground. Let's see how this goes into round 8.
Hatch below, we're going to have Freck watching from outside. Aquino ready in case the window does open up. Takes out Freck immediately without losing too much health either, as Meow hopes to take that back, but doesn't get the refrag off. Aquino rotates back into point pretty intelligently, as he knows he doesn't have much of a chance against 2 players over on the kitchen windows. Now, a 5v4 for Empire is a fantastic position to be in, but they do need to be careful to not split up and do one-on-ones. That eliminates your numbers advantage. They need to play together and play intelligently, which is exactly what Iconic and Dopey were just doing.
Ooh, Rios from behind, or it looks like, no, from the other side gets 2 in Blue Slayer and Rhythm with some phenomenal angles, and now just Fishy and Meow. Last one's left alive. Fishy is on the flank, but Electronics could see him if he continues this push. Meow, on the other hand, on the outside of the building, trying to get a, I guess, different positioning from the hatch, it seems. Or, actually, they're both on top. They could be going for a save here, which I think is exactly what they're doing. Their economy not the best, and you are already at the start of a new round, so it looks like they are going to just take their SMGs and run here.
Not quite the strongest approach out. That Empire defense just being an impenetrable wall. The fact that you could not enter vent because Empire was just throwing nades through that thing, decimating health, voiding out an entire stim. There was not much of an option for 8 Basils other than to pull out and save, especially 3 bodies down.
Oh
My goodness.
They've rotated across the roof. Sorry to cut you off there, Shimmy. But it looks
you're
like they
good, you're
rotated
good.
towards A site. 2 an instant and the smoke coming out. Meow gets 1 on Arias, and it's now a 2v3. Now a lot more doable. Meow the last one up though. His Fishy goes down to a Keno. And it's now a 1 versus 4. Not a good position. Meow now in a worse version of the reverse that he's been trapping players in for the past 2 rounds.
I don't know, do you pull out and save here? I feel like I might pull out and save.
I think at this point, you pull out and save at this point.
He doesn't check his quarter from the vent. It gets taken out.
That was, in fact, a ballsy move, but just not quite working out in their favor. 2v5 is a lot to ask for, but they went for it, and they got what they could out of that. Again, just the setup from the beginning of the round, losing 3 players immediately, not being able to get the purchase into the building that they needed. It's not a lot to work with.
Now, we're looking at round transition. 8 Basils is up 5-3. That's a good position to be in. However, Empire is now getting their feet under them economy-wise. We do see 8 Basils now picking up a Vezin, knowing they need to maintain this economy lead as much as they can. Can Empire claim this back? If they can pick up the Vezin from Rid, that would be a fantastic pickup for them. But it's going to take some deep, deep work. Heading into his bottom floor, this is a decisive floor. Whoever gets numbers advantage is typically the person who really gets up a lot quicker, who might win the round almost immediately. If you can get up 2 players, that is just a winning situation for you.
Looks like a pretty action-packed round start. Rhythm still on the outside. But a lot of shots going off immediately. Electronics trying to swing up very, very close. Looks like they spotted the trip mine on the corner there. Mason goes out, not going to angle the way they want it to. Frag goes out, not going to tag anybody either. The trip mines go down. So it looks like there's a door block on their entrance to B. They're getting ready to foam up the wall. Plague, and it looks like they're going for a B push.
Hard. A lot of utility down to block them off from coming in. They're going just for the standard push. Not a lot of utility from the Empire side to block it off. However, they have a lot of bullets to put down range to block it. Incend goes down, but Fisher will be able to plant anyway. The misplace on the incendiary from Empire is going to be rough. Double misplaced incendiaries. Fisher's going to be able to get the EMP down, and now it is going to be a 4v3. Empire's at a bit of a disadvantage as Freck pushes straight into the point. Akita gets taken down. Is he able to bring his gun up fast enough? Electronics takes down Fishy with the Vezin, now pushing through, trying to maintain his hold onto the point, but Blue Slayer is holding it down. Rid outside holding it down. Electronics now pushing up with the Vezin. Now hoping to take out Blue, but Blue sees the barrel of his gun, takes him out. Now it's just Iconic who gets taken out by Blue, and that is 8 Basils up 6-3 over Empire.
They are now guaranteed a tiebreaker and 1 point away from taking their second win of the Challengers Cup, Shimmy.
Yeah, I mean, Empire was not utilizing that wall as they needed to. They were too late on starting the wall bangs. They gave too much purchase and allowed too many people to cross with full health across the hallway and get prepared for plant. 8 Basils, the moment they got into that position, they were able to get rid of the door blocker, get that plant, blow that wall, and deny any further push up from Empire. You have to play that B site right and make sure that people can't get across that wall unscathed, first off. 2, you have to do everything that you can to deny that foam just to make it as miserable as you can for that Enforcers team. You saw 8 Basils do it when it was their turn. But Fishy and Freck deciding that they were going to be menaces and push into sight just to delay as much as possible and do as much damage as they could, which didn't quite work out. They got a couple picks, but I mean, 8 Basils played that fantastically, and Empire didn't quite utilize what they needed to.
The immediate double utility is odd. You know, it threw out a smoke and an incendiary, kind of lost the Vezin immediately as well. Bit of an over-aggressive defense from Empire is going to leave them at a steep disadvantage. They're now down 2 players, almost 3, because Lightronics is on the flank, and he isn't getting flank watched, but he might get down there too late. Dopey in point, now stuck between a rock and a hard place, gets taken out. Lightronics on the flank is going to have to put in some miracle work. He could take out Fishy as no one's watching him, but gets taken out by Blue, and now it's just Iconic who's between Empire and their loss for this. 8 Basils could get their second win of the Challenger Cup so far. Leaning around, Iconic trying to take down, does take down Blue. Potential for a huge clutch. He'll have to get an ace, but it could get done. He needs to move quickly, however, he can't dilly-dally. Now moving up towards the point, Freck and Fishy covering each other's off angle. Meow in the other point, covering in case he tries to go for the flank. And gets taken out by Freck and Fishy, and that is 8 Basils winning out this round of the Challenger Cup for themselves.
This gives them their second win in the Challengers Cups and boosts them decently high in the standings, at least probably in the top 2 towards that upper echelon of the Challengers Cup, and brings them a step closer to being one of those last 2 teams who competes tomorrow. Plague, I guess any comments on the match before I presume we send it to another ad break?
Well, I think we got what we wanted when it came to utility. I saw some great utility, some fantastic gunplay, and some good flanks, honestly, that really worked out on Arctic. We saw some meta pushes that didn't go as planned, but overall, both teams played especially well, and I look forward to seeing what they do in the next rounds of the Challenger Cup. We'll be back with another matchup very soon, possibly in the same round after we go check out a couple of these matches. See you soon. Welcome back, folks. We're here to watch the tail end of a matchup, Zero versus Elixir NA. Now, 6-0 is up 6 over Elixir NA, and Elixir needs to get this round off. However, they have a pretty good economy going for themselves. They have all Vezins, all Maruis. Both teams have a pretty good economy, but Elixir is definitely higher up. Zero hoping to get the defense off. However, multiple flashes from Elixir will put a bit of a foil in their plans. Now Michi hoping to peek out. Elixir needs to get this offense off. They're going for a bit of a split push, it seems. Bird is going to get foiled by the door blocker on the back stairs. What will they do?
Just a little bit of background. We're on Mall, very open map. A lot of flashbangs going on. This is the one we saw Michi and Jada getting blinded just a second. But it looks like not too much of a push coming out from Elixir. A lot of wall bangs have come through so far from Juice. None have connected. The wall gets foamed over towards B site. And it looks like that's exactly where they're about to go. Smoke comes out, blocks out Juice Potato. Jada gets one. Rexalt with the refrag. Oh, and with another one. Brings it down to a 3v. Now 3 is where it takes out Michi. Another kill. Instant comes out. Gets Rexalt a little bit, but not too much, as it's now a 3v2 in favor of Zero. Juice gets ripped from the wallbang there, and it's Rexalt as the last member left on Elixir. It looks like, unless Rexalt clutches this one out from literally outside the building, looks like this could be a win for Zero, which would be their second win in the Challenger Cup as well.
Don't want to count them out just yet on Elixir. However, one odd thing, so it's going to be rough because Rexalt has to kill these two and get the EMP and plant because the third member is all the way in A. They might not know they have... I'd be surprised if they don't know they have EMP, but they might not because of that player in A. But it looks like Jewish is just covering the cross angle. Owen as well, covering the cross angle on wall. Rexy has to go in completely blind. 30 seconds left on the clock. Not much to work with. Needs to check his left corner if he wants to survive this.
And the crossfire just gonna be the decider for Zero. Gonna bring another win to us in round number 2. Zero 2-0 in their record, defeating Elixir, who is now 1-1.
well done to these teams. We'll be back with round 3 after a short ad break. We hope to see you all there. It's going to be an exciting matchup.
Prepare to start.
Only Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
See
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
See
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Breachers VRML on the VRML Network channel. We're back with round 3 of the Swiss tournament here in the Challenger Cup for Breachers VRML. For round 3, we're going to be spectating Suits versus Zero. Suits is on a pretty dominant lead so far in this tournament, having won, I believe, both of their previous matches at a pretty impressive 7-1, 7-0 record so far, now up against Zero, who is on a 7-0, 7-5 record. So not as good, but still very good. They've both won both their matches. They're both shaping up to be pretty top teams. This is going to be a deciding match to see who continues on with their streak.
Looking at the rest of the Challengers Cup, though, as well, the other big ticket match for round 3 is Ling versus 8 Basils, the only other 2 teams who have won both of their matches so far. So that means, going into the standings here, that the winner of Suits versus Zero and the winner of Ling versus 8 Basils will be the only teams with undefeated records going into round number 4 of the Challengers Cup tonight. So, pretty high stakes here, as having an undefeated record basically shoes you in for that top 2. Obviously, things change as upsets occur, but overall, this is a very, very important round for both of these teams.
Now, Shimmy, when you're looking at this matchup, what are you hoping to see? You've seen Suits do some pretty impressive things with their season. They barely lost out on escaping from Challenger Cup, like we talked about earlier, because of their win. What do you want to see from this matchup? We just saw Zero win against their team they played previously, barely. We thought it was going to go to OT. It just barely didn't. Sorry about that, folks. But now getting into this matchup, what do you want to see, Shimmy?
I want to see some again, like I said at the beginning, I want to see some very interesting plays. I don't want to see quite the standard stuff that we normally see in a VRML match, the standard metas. I want to see some differences. I want to see some different things. Suits is made of a lot of people that have been around VRML for quite a while. Flighty, Brab, a couple of people whose names I can't tell because they've changed them from what they normally are. But that being said, Zero has not been slouches at all this entire season. They've been putting together some strong performances. I want to see one heck of a slugger match right now.
Yeah, how about you, Gravix?
I'm just hoping for some good gameplay. These are 2 of the best teams in the Challenger Cup so far. Obviously, Suits at number 1, Zero's at seed number 4. So these are 2 of the, if not the 2 best teams in the Challengers Cup right now. Obviously, as you said, Suits was in contention for the top 8 for a very long time until just barely being knocked out from, I think, that wild F3 upset we saw against Ivy last week.
Mm-hmm.
That was insane. I know we talked about that before last match, but now it's the reason why Suits are here. And it's the reason why they want to win all of these maps. It looks like we're heading to Mall at the next map, and I assume that we're ready to go as soon as these teams are. Or it looks like the teams are in, so we should be getting going in any second.
I think we should be ready momentarily. Before we get into it, I want to talk about, so just a reminder, folks, this is a Swiss tournament. So we've played 3 rounds. We played 2. This is our 3rd. There's 2 more rounds after this where we'll see who are the top 2 teams in our bracket. They will be fighting tomorrow on a best-of-3 match to see who will go on to the playoffs with the rest of those top teams. So keep in mind, none of these matches are outright who is better. It's overall who gets out on that match tomorrow. You got to come tune in. Martini's going to be casting it with, I believe, Shimmy and a couple others. It's going to be a blast to watch.
Sorry, just letting them know that we are ready to go whenever everybody's in lobby.
Fantastic. We had everyone in lobby. Now we do again. Maul again, actually. We just saw Zero come off of Maul on their last matchup, but it seems like maybe Suits really wanted to get back onto that horse.
It looks like we have another disconnect. We are getting delayed right now.
It's all right,
sabotage.
though.
It is sabotage.
I was gonna say it's the nature of the beast. It's VRML. What is it without just the smallest bit of scuff? But again, I think it's worth it for this match. It's going to be phenomenal.
I mean, we're seeing right now in the chat a lot of people on both sides. Some people are fans of Zero, and some people are very big fans of Suits. I think people wanted to see this matchup happen.
Yeah, and looking at their previous matchup, apparently they did have an encounter in the previous season where Suits actually won 18-17, a super close matchup. But now we are getting into that first map, well, rather the only map of this matchup, which is going to be Mall. Mall is going to be an interesting one to get because of the variety of plays you can take. We have meta plays, we have off meta plays, but I've talked about this with a lot of the casters, and it might be an unpopular opinion with some players, but I think Mall on 2 of the floors has 2 meta plays. There's multiple plays you can take. You have one meta play where you can push in from lower and upper arcade, or you can push in from bookstore, which is what we see some teams do as well. These are both equally meta plays that teams can take, which really splits up the defenders quite a bit. You can't really just rely on a team doing one of the two. Obviously, I would say arcade is a little more common, but bookstore is nonetheless a very meta play.
It looks like we are going to see an arcade push, though. And mainly right now, we're seeing Suits just hunkering down on site and a little bit set up in arcade, so it looked like that's what they're expecting to do. And that's exactly what Zero is going to do. Round number 1, Zero versus Suits. Deciding which one of these teams it comes out with an undefeated record as Drone comes in, Plague. Let's get into the action.
Insane will go
Oh my
out,
gosh.
taking Splunge down relatively low, but Splunge gets up on the table, trying to take down the players who peek in. Awala takes down Splunge in return, as Owen does get purchased into lower arcade without being contested other than a wallbang. Jaded now pushing in as well. Suits trying to do some entry denial. We do have Geeked Flighty coming down the stairs, hoping to get the flank off. Juice looks to be going for the flank guard, however, might catch him off guard as Jaded does foam up the A wall. I miss her on the back hall, as well as Bravadavido, who is holding it down. Jaded going for some info peeks. Doesn't know that Bravadavido is sitting right there next to him, along with I Miss Her, just waiting in the back hallways. Juice takes out Geeked Flighty on the flank. That is going to now be a 4v4. Health advantage now belonging in Zero's court as they take out Awala.
A-wall now blown. A couple of frags being traded. One unfortunately misses from Owen. Takes the top of the wall there. So JD gonna come down by a bunch of damage. BLW also in a very low amount of health. Looks like we're now seeing Zero get the plan. Owen gonna play very aggressive. Swings the corner. Nobody's there. BLW, I Miss Her coming into... And it's down to 2 versus 3. I Miss Her swings, gets down to low HP. There are no stims on the side of Suit. So now BLW, the last one left, has to take out 2 full health members and 1 low health Jaded. And it looks like BLW might just go for the save here as EMP is already down. And it's a post-plant scenario.
I mean, in this case, there's not really a save. You just kind of go out, try to cause as much mayhem as possible, hopefully get 1 kill in order to take down their economy a bit. You just need to get as much as you can. Unfortunately, you couldn't quite get another kill off. That's going to be a round up for Zero, but Suits is not out of the running just yet.
Man, once you get that wall open, it just becomes a fishbowl on that side. I feel like it becomes so offensive sided because there's so many places that, especially with the darker interior of arcade, you can just abuse the crap out of so many angles to fire straight into sight. As we saw, 2 people went down fairly quickly, which gave a massive advantage over to Suits, and they just continued, over to Zero, and they just continued to abuse that and whittle people down, forcing those last 2 to abandon into the opposite side and try and reconcile from there. Zero off to a phenomenal start. We have this top floor, though. I want to see how Zero is going to approach this.
Yeah, it's going to be most likely through a B push. We do see them forming up over on Food Court. We see Geeked Flighty hoping to hold it down from outside, possibly just pushing around with an SMG as Owen, Juice, and Jaded all hold it down from outside. Drone will go in, probably see Geeked Flighty almost immediately. Not be great, but actually I Miss Her takes it down, leaving Geeked Flighty not visible so far for the enemy team. Might give him a little bit of an edge. However, Owen and Juice are very cautious on their push-in. Juice now rotating in. Nade will go out, hopefully trying to take out I Miss Her. Barely can't. Doesn't doesn't take Geek Flighty either. Geek Flighty rotates out, does get seen, gets taken out by Jewish, as well as Juice. Now BLW is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Incen blocking off from getting back into point, but they don't quite know he's there. Splunge rotates around, sees him just before BLW sees Splunge, and now it's just Awala trying to take down Splunge inside the point. Gets some blind fires off, takes him down. Now Awala stuck between all of the wall breaches and gets taken out. That is Zero now up 2 rounds above Suits.
Ooh, the defensive ego swings did not work, and unfortunately, Splunge was just more prepared to win those gunfights. Especially Owen jumping off of the ledge onto the stairwell and forcing that third Suits player to panic run right into Splunge. It just, everything fell apart and everything lined up perfectly for Zero to just bulldoze their way straight into sight. I don't entirely know what to say other than it was just a complete swamp for Zero. Like, they're right now on fire and they are showing Suits what they're made of. Bottom floor this time, it looks like we are having that form up over by, sorry, I don't control a spectator cam right now, but over by that bottom B site.
Yeah, right now, Suits, again, #1 seed in the tourney. But right now, Zero doing a great job of taking care of their defense, done and dusted. Gonna see if they can continue this streak up in round number 3, as it looks like they're heading in towards A site and the record shop.
Yeah, heading in towards records as Splunge looks to rotate in. Drone checking all their corners. They don't see really any proxies. They don't see any trips. Nothing of the sort as Owen goes to foam the wall immediately. Geek Palladium might get caught off guard by how quick the push goes. Owen throwing in a nade. May take out BLW. Doesn't quite. Nade doesn't take out Owen either. Double nade. Now, both bits of frags gone for Suits. They're going for the quick plant by Zero.
Ooh.
Zero has EMP down in the B point.
I wasn't even expecting that B push onto site. That was insane. Although, right now, Suit has a chance to make it up. But it's still a 4 versus 2. Now, Awala has to force this in the corner by EMP. He could defuse, but the window's still wide open. And it looks like Juice has a perfect angle onto the EMP from outside the window. And I don't know how someone like Geek is going to be able to reach that. Awala tries to get there, gets half of his health shredded. Oh, Geek goes down to Owen. Awala is able to get the refrag, but is now the last one up. EMP about time, and Owen just gonna save his rifle.
Probably
Another
good idea.
point to Zero here in round number 3. And Suits probably right now somewhat devastated after going 7-0 and 7-1 in their last 2 games.
I'm gonna let you
That
take
is
it away
a
on analysis, Shimmy. My mother is calling.
No worries, no worries. Sorry about that. But that was a demonic plant spot. I have not gotten to see a lot of damn gameplay, unfortunately. As is usual with Breachers, the newest map usually ends up being on the ban list for most teams. Nobody wants to deal with it until they know the map inside and out and then have to deal with a new map. So, I had no idea that plant spot existed. And the beautiful bait from Owen and Jaded, causing a bunch of ruckus over in Record Shop, and then giving that opportunity for the fast plant that they could just abuse the Marui angle up on that overpass. That is monstrous. That is monstrous.
I had no idea they were going for that B-side push.
Yeah, I could have sworn that it was going to be a full records play, but the fact that they were able to get in there, get that plant, and have that angle, I mean, they threw one life away for it, but completely worked out in their favor. Zero
100%.
is thinking with their noodles right now.
Now, they're up 3, which is a fantastic position to be in. And all it's going to take is just a couple mistakes on Zero's end for Suits to run away with it. Because they could still tie it up to a clean slate. They're not out of the running just yet.
Thank you, Martini, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for the encouragement. We will keep going and keep giving you guys the best content we can in the Challengers Cup here. Owen, though, already down. And as we wait for this round to pick up a little more steam, I have to wonder, is a reverse sweep possible and the Suit's going to go down to a 7-0, 7-1? Personally, I don't think so, but it is still possible. Jaden going to take a few hits here, and Brab comes in into the smoke as soon as it dissipates. Juice Potato Oh, gets the pick right onto Brab. And is gonna knock out a member of Suits, makes it a 4v4 now. Pretty even. Right out.
Barely peeked the wrong direction, unfortunately, on that. Tried to get the peek out of the smoke, just barely couldn't. Juice Potato up on the table, hoping to watch for any more flanks. Suits being very careful about their defense. Zero not having much purchase into the point, but Jewish Potato takes out BLW. All the kills coming out immediately. Now it is just Awala stuck in Connector, who needs to take down 2 players on Zero. However, neither of them have as much health as he has combined. They both have equal health. However, 2 players on the Zero side will really tip the scales, especially if he keeps letting them get positioning. Juice Potato now rotating out with his gun down. And Jaded, with the peek into Connector, will give Zero a 4-0 lead. This is a potential for an upset, folks. Zero maybe going 3-0 round-wise, as long as they don't get hit with the Caster's Curse.
I mean, that is completely possible. But I do got to say, despite losing a man so early, Zero did make up with that. Brab trying the best that he can to get that pick, but it is such a dice roll when you're coming out of a smoke, especially when you have the weaker gun like an RCP versus a bunch of Vezins. He just happened to look in the wrong direction. Got a bunch of damage onto somebody, just not the right person. Not the right person that was actually like watching that smoke. That being said, the beautiful angle that Jaded had directly onto that connector to watch for that final Suits player and dome the absolute heck out of him. Zero's on fire right now.
Yeah, and as Zero is trying to rotate in through food court, you have to be wondering what the comms are like on Zero right now. They're probably pretty triumphant, but I'm hoping their IGL is going, you know, let's keep it cool, keep doing what we're doing, right? You don't want to get too overconfident. You don't want to get too up into it and get taken out by not sticking with what you're doing, just getting like, oh, we can take them, and then getting taken down. Nades being traded out between these players as Splunge gets taken down relatively low. Geach Flighty rotating and hoping to take on Splunge. Does take him down. Nearly takes on Juice Potato as well. Juice Potato does not get taken down. Does take down Geach Flighty, but I Miss Her is pushing in beside his trips. Juice Potato watching it. I Miss Her thinking maybe that they saw him, but I think it was just they shot the trips. Juice Potato and I Miss Her mirroring themselves on the sides of this doorway. Hopefully he checks the right corner. Does take out Owen. Juice Potato pushing and trying to take him out. Does take now. It is now a 2v3 favoring Suits. Will Zero go for a save, or will they go for just to push in? Not much money to save, actually, for Juice Potato. He's at 7,500.
Yeah, I think right now the play for Zero is to just single out and try to do the best you can with the two-man squad and take out these 3. BLW swings in. Juice able to get the pick. And it's now down to an even nice 2v2. Both teams with 100%. Juice takes a good amount of damage, goes down. Jewish able to get the 2K,
oh my God.
Insane, and the rifle kill. And that's going to put Zero at 5-0.
Jewish running in there like an absolute man and cleaning out the house. I mean, I will give it to Suits. They had an excellent defense. They were able to get early picks. I Miss Her was able to do a lot of damage off of that common peak just outside of the cafeteria in the hallway. But Jewish just decided that no, I am going to make sure that we win this round. Those two, Juice and Jewish, just putting the effort in to secure that round 4-0, putting them up on that 5 goose egg. This is not going, I think, how people expected it to be.
Jewish at a 6-0 KD currently, folks.
He hasn't died yet?
He hasn't died yet, and he hasn't gotten any assists. He's finished all of his kills. Now we're seeing Jewish hoping to push in with the rest of his team. They have a good amount of utility going. Meanwhile, a lot of SMGs on Suits in their switch round is not great. Proximity on records will allow Zero to get seen pretty soon by Suits if they're not careful. Rabadabado going for a bit of a flank on stairs. Definitely knows someone's in records now because he hears that door pop. Will he be able to do anything about it, however, with the Omen? He's getting pushed in on by 4 Zero players, now getting pursued by a drone. The drone definitely hears him, and Juice takes out Brab as he tries to rotate around. Surgical precision taking out that flanker.
We do see a true record switch this time. No quick play. An immediate trip mine takes out one. But Jewish able to get a kill before going down. That's his first death. A little bit of a caster's curse there. BOW taking out Jaded as well. It is a 2 versus 3 as Zero looks to push in from record. Owen, the first one to peek out. BOW most likely going to be his target. But he's still peeked behind. Owen just kind of sitting and waiting as Awala could try to push behind, but it looks like he's just checking his corners. Juice, though, coming in from the side. He's cloaked.
Whoa. They're just in the point. BOW
The wall.
does get
Swings
seen,
it,
almost gets the clutch,
BOW!
but barely can't. That's Zero up 6-0 over Suits. I want to take a look at that replay from the trip kill again, Shimmy. Pushing through the wall, gets taken out by the trips, but takes down Jewish Potato just in time. Or sorry, takes out I Miss Her just in time. That is one of the funniest kills I've seen.
I love that. I absolutely loved the Ferrari peak that that Jewish Potato pulled. Just don't care about the trips. Swing out as hard as you can and get that pick. And I just love Juice also pulling the Kool-Aid Man right through the wall. right
through the wall.
Right onto that last Suits player. That was so many goofy moments in one single round. It made me absolutely happy. Zero's absolutely showing their stuff right now. Suits has a hard uphill battle to try and do. Their backs are against the wall. It's 6-0. They are the #1 seed that are at huge risk of being knocked out from getting to participate in that Challengers Cup finals.
You know, as Gibular Bob would say, you know what they say. Maul is a defense-sided map. Gibular Bob's words of encouragement as we head into round number 7. Suits up 6-0. Suits need to look for a...
Suits is down 6-0.
Suits is down 6-0. I'm so sorry. My tiny little scoreboard on my end is a little wrong. Suits is down 6-0 to 0, and they need to get a point here on offense.
Zero the double peak. What a fantastic. We see them using their numbers advantage very well, but Juice getting the double kill on the other point, showing they're still in this matchup. Zero going for this, gets the kill, and now it is just Awala in a 1v3. Somewhat resigned himself to this. It looks like he threw his gun a little bit. He does have some utility, but he's getting pursued by these Zero players. They want to just finish out this match on a 7-0. They're pushing through, using their numbers. All of them are pushing him. He's running. Awala just waiting them out, hoping against hope that they push him. Looks like he's just... he's resigned to his fate.
He hits the GG. He's trying his hardest to stay alive, but a minute left on the clock. He needs to find EMP and plant if he wants to. Right now, he's in the arcade. It looks like he's going on a little oh, wait. He's actually coming back up. Wait, this could be him trying to legitimately rotate around. He's on 7 HP, though. How's he supposed to do this? She exposes himself just a little too early, though, with his shots. Tags a little bit on the Jewish Potato, but they all converge, and... 0. 7-0ing the #1 seed in the Challenger Cup. Suits, who has been 7-0ing and 7-1ing their past 2 matchups, gets reversed on. The turns have been tabled, and Zero now going with a 7-0. I mean, this is insane.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Oh my god.
Some people in the chat were saying that this was going to be an easy win for Suits, and I do not think even Suits, especially by how fast they left the lobby. We're not expecting to get swept this hard. Zero was on fire. That is one of the most aggressive counter entries that I've seen in a while, with some of the wildest plays when they were on offense. That window, that bait window plant that they did onto the bottom floor with the bait onto records. Nasty, absolutely nasty. And on top of that, the just ego peaks that Zero players were able to get and just win gunfights that maybe they shouldn't have honestly won. Fantastic work. Well done, Zero.
Yeah, and it was fantastic to watch. And we'll actually be right back with another matchup after a very short ad break. We'll be right back with you soon, folks. Welcome back, everyone. We're here with another matchup. I don't know if you saw in the bit of an intermission we had, but we're here with Ling versus 8 Basils. Now, we were looking at this beforehand, and we were kind of debating on if we wanted to watch this or if we wanted to watch the match we were previously on Zero versus Suits. We were very interested, and because of the last match we saw with 8 Basils in it, they had a fantastic showing, 7-3, now going up against Ling. What do we want to see in this matchup, guys? We have Ling going 5-3. 8 Basils has some work to put in if they want to get back up.
Yeah, but well, no, 8 Basils right now is actually the ones up 5-3. So Ling has to do a little bit of work on offense. Right now, these are the two teams we've seen also undefeated. Again, the winner of this will be the second team going 3-0 going into round 4 of the Challengers Cup, and it looks like we're already seeing a hatch push coming in. It's a classic. It's Hideout. Everybody knows this map. We're all here for it. I mean, I'm super excited. We already see a couple of drones coming in. Taking a look at the scorecard real quick, trying to get a sense of what we've lost, of what we've missed. But Meow at 14 kills and 4 deaths. So Meow has been going freaking insane this entire match. So we'll see if that continues as a frag comes out, but it's not primed. Meow didn't prime the frag. That would have killed 3 people, but now there's a free frag in the hands of Ling over here outside of A site that it looks like is going to be thrown in. Oh, the trip mines!
The trips!
The trip mines! Oh my goodness!
I clipped that. I had to clip that. That is so funny. Oh no. Meow is now stuck on the side of the wall that's about to blow. He's gonna see. Oh, Yui moves just in time to not get taken out. Splez has his back turned to it though. Craig takes out Dusty, gets pushed in on immediately, but barely makes it out. Splez hoping to push in. Splez gets taken down by Fishy inside point. Now, a 4v3 favoring 8 Basils on defense is not looking good for Ling.
2 missed grenade throws though, and it's gonna damage Yui as well. Meow goes in. Yui gets a second on Fishy, and now it's just up to Blue Slayer and Freak to try to take out Yui here, who has the EMP. If Yui's able to get in here and get the plant, it's very, very possible. But Freak from behind is on the flank. Does Yui know? As soon as Freak gets up and gets the kill, 8 Basils, 6-3 now.
I have to take a look at that trip kill again.
Please, please. That was.
He knows it's there.
That
he
was
peeks
really...
around and he gets taken out immediately.
That was very funny to watch from the camera angle. I gotta say, like one thing I noticed was that there was a very measured defense with a lot of pre-planned out angles from 8 Basils. Yes, it's Hideout, of course. Everybody knows their angles. Everybody knows how to play Hideout. But there are a lot of teams that will be over aggressive on that doorway. For instance, they'll over peek, or they just won't peek enough to get the intel that they needed. Meow was playing that doorway perfectly. Riddim probably got a little bit too aggressive on that flank. However, Freck measured that right, waited for his opportunity, waited till the chaos was unfolding, and took advantage of that. Absolutely wrecking their numbers and giving the opportunities for the people on the opposite side of that blown wall to catch people out of position. Extremely well done defense.
Now,
Ling.
Look at the economy.
Oh, this is nasty.
Oh no.
Oh, this is nasty. This is not looking good for Ling. Their backs are against the wall in that 6-3. They got to make something happen.
Can I just say something really quick? And I just noticed it here. One thing I have noticed is a lot of missed grenades in this matchup so far. We saw 2 live missed grenades and 1 dead missed grenade in that last round, and I just saw one out the window as well. where Ariana is currently pushing, but right now it seems like most of Ling's efforts are focused on the garage. Rhythm God sitting in a classic spot behind the bench tables, and it looks like Parrot is gonna try to go in, or in it gets Rhythm God. Meow with the refrag from the from kitchen. I'm sorry. Yui from the other side is able to take out Meow, or at least get an assist as Sleaze gets the final kill. And it looks like we're now into a 4v3 with Ling on top. This could be their chance to get a 4th point. It's still very, very possible for them to come back here, but right now, 8 Basils is at match point. So we'll see what happens here. Frag comes out immediately. Of course, behind kitchen, Freak goes down to Parrot, or to Dusty from behind the smoke. Another swing from Sleaze is going to take out Fishy, and it's now just up to Blue Slayer, who it looks like is going to retreat over towards A. Actually, no, he's going to try to peek in. I'm not sure if he's going to try to save, but this could be a point for Ling here, and exactly what they need to turn the tables again and try to get themselves back in this. But Blue Slayer takes out Parrot, showing he's still in this. Oh, now he's going to retreat, and it looks like it's going to be the save coming out of Blue Slayer. And as EMP has been planted for Ling, and Blue Slayer in a 1 versus 3 doesn't have much hope left.
What a turnaround, though, for the, I mean, really, just what a turnaround for the Ling stack. They were down a good few points, but they're going to go up to 6-4 now, which is going to be a great position to be in. Blue Slayer just watching his flank. He knows that he's going to be bringing up a good bit of economy. I bet he wishes he could have gotten another stim or something, but, you know, that's all that you can do really is wish, obviously. There's not much you can do when you're down 3 players below the team. Now, Ling can start coming back. However, if you look at the economy on 8 Basils, I think Rid is going to unfortunately be without a rifle, which could be the turning point. Ling could bring this back to an overtime, which would be fun to watch.
Meow, it looks like he's going to go for an SMG as well, Shimmy. So, Eco it's trying times for the economy in this matchup right now. It hits a little too close to home, but yeah.
Yeah, though I gotta say, like, Ling knew that their backs were against the wall. They had to make something happen. Despite the eco disadvantage, they pulled out a massively strong round win. They just bulldozed right through the defenses of 8 Basils, catching people off guard, catching people out of odd positions. For instance, Dusty managing to just get that smoke kill and push that down to like a 4v2. They're playing this right now. It looks like they're feeling the pressure, and they're like, no, we're not going down this easy. We are going to work our hardest to get this win. That save coming out from the 8 Basil side looks like they're going to count on the next round. They know that they have one more that they can play with. They have to just make sure that they secure one last one before overtime.
Seeing a lot of people in garage on the defensive side. And Rid gets taken out by Yui with the Vezin immediately. Fishy is getting caught out as well with the Viper. Dangerous situation being as they know they can just take him out. Fishy gets taken out as well. That is now a 5v3. 8 Basil's getting a little sloppy. Now they're getting taken out on a 5v3 and split up between the connector, the storage, and the point.
Yeah, not the best idea to spread out your defense in the garage there. I know it could be advantageous, but it looks like Ling knew exactly what they were doing, and it looks like they could be possibly going for a hatch now as well. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, blow the hatch. So now Blue Slayer not in the best of positions if they drop in. Looks like we could be seeing a drone come out, but Yu going to try to peek in a little bit, gets pinched, and goes down to Yu. Now see Spleeze comes in, gets the last one. Yui gets another meow, and it's a 5-6. And Shimmy, we're heading to round number 12. It's 6-5 towards Ling, and we could very well see an overtime.
Yes, so Rhythm and Fishy pulling that risky garage hold, a little bit more aggressive than they needed to be. However, I think they knew that this was not the round that they were going to be counting on. This right now, this round 12 is what they were waiting for. You can see that full buy coming out. You saw SMGs and a couple Maruis coming out from the people that could spare it, but this is where they're intending to put up their fight. It is the last round before overtime. Doesn't matter, both teams need this round. We see full buys, healthy economy from Ling. Not as strong over on 8 Basils, but enough for them to squeak by with all the guns and a lot of util. Or a decent amount of util, sorry, not a lot. This is going to be one walloping time. We saw 8 Basils dominate the defense on this top floor last round that it was happening. Maybe Ling is going to approach this a little bit more carefully, watch their flank a little bit better, but we don't see a single lurk coming out from 8 Basils' side.
Maybe if they don't miss all their grenade throws, they'll be able to clutch up as the Ling gets ready to push in here. But if we look...
I believe Yui broke his arm.
What?
Never mind. He's fine now. His arm was 2 feet above his own head. He's fine now. Droning in. Now, I will say the circumstances are a bit different from last time. The economy on 8 Basils is, for lack of other words, atrocious currently. They have a couple nades. They do have some rifles, but other than that, they don't really have much else. They didn't have much for defensive utility. Rid actually had to downgrade to an Aril to get any defensive utility. He bought utility for his teammates with the gun, with the money he could have used for a better gun.
Whoa,
Freck takes out Aranay, but gets taken out by Parrot as Fishy is up on the death box. Blue Slayer behind the bathtub. Blue Slayer's now locked in behind the bathtub. They could throw a nade back there to sink it straight in, but B rotate is very likely. Now on a 2v4, Ling do not want to go down without a fight. They're going to be trying to go straight for an overtime. And that might actually be in 8 Basil's favor if we look at the score. Right now, Ling is up on score, but 8 Basil, if they get 2 more kills, they'll be up on score. They can choose what side they want.
Right now, they still have to get those 2 kills. It is a 2 versus 3 right now, with 2 members on site, and Yui still sitting outside right here in the smoke. Warrior gets 1, Yui gets the other, and Ling ties it up 6-6. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, let's go to overtime.
Ling has side choice as well. We're going into overtime. If you haven't seen this before, previously in Breachers, we did not have overtime. We had it where, 6-6 would just be a tie, and we'd be left kind of unfulfilled, we'll say.
And confused.
Unfulfilled. And now, when we get to 6-6, we have an overtime round. It's sudden death, where you play 1 more round. The team with the higher score, if you look at their names, the Revolters have 11,000, the Enforcers have 12,000, so the players with the higher score get to choose what side they want. Ling chose offense because it seemed like they were doing the best on offense. However, 8 Basils was doing very well on offense when they had rifles, they had actual things to work with, so this feels like a bit of a gamble on the side of Ling. 8 Basils just really used to play their numbers advantage.
Ling has always been a very offensive-sided team when it comes to hideout and factory, though. Sometimes skyscraper as well. They usually excel because they are so aggressive. You saw Dusty take out somebody super early last round on the bathroom window, and Ling just charged their way through. I don't think this is quite as risky as somebody might think it is. This is usually Ling's specialty.
Well, we'll see as we start as round number 13. The overtime round. A missed incendiary again from Ling. Gonna hit the stairs and not do much for him. A couple of wall bangs coming into A site, not gonna connect anywhere as Meow is sitting and lying in wait for the team to push in. Arene right on the other side with the wall foamed up, and it looks like they're ready to blow it in a second. Grenade goes
straight
in.
to Blue Slayer.
Oh, and it gets a good chunk of damage as well. Wall gets blown. Free. Another nade goes in. Kills Blue Slayer. It is now a 5 versus 4. Another kill from Yui gets him down to 3.
But
a grenade
nade from
out.
Meow. Oh my goodness. Nades back and forth, back and forth. Now it is 8 Basils trying to take out these players. Now a 3v3 health advantage belongs to neither court as a heal comes in. Actually, 8 Basils has slight health advantage. EMP is in the hands of Ling. They're trying to get the EMP down, but still there's a lot of utility on 8 Basil they could use to deny the plant. Gravix, this is coming down to the wire.
This is it. Yui gonna try to get off a few shots, but he has the EMP. Looks like Rhythm God is gonna possibly rotate around towards a B site and possibly come out and try to take care of people like Dusty here. Parrot here to back up Yui. They have 44 seconds left on the clock, so they're gonna need to plant. EMP is down. Looks like the plant has begun. Yui with 2 charges, and there's a third. Frag comes down, not gonna kill anybody. EMP is planted, and now Ling on the front foot, as now they have to just defend the EMP. Dusty takes down Rhythm God in a classic 1v1 gunshot on Yui, hiding in the smoke. Smoke Warrior gets one, goes down to Meow. It's the last one. Half health, it's a 1v1. Dusty versus Meow. Meow able to heal up with a small stim in a post-plant scenario. Dusty just has to hold this angle for about 40 or so more seconds. Meow looks like he's gonna swing out. Dusty cloaked up, not gonna be able to see Meow through the smoke. EMP starts to become diffused. It's a bait. Meow swings outside. Dusty swings inside.
Oh!
Meow gets the kill.
Oh
Is he gonna
my
be able to
God.
defuse in time?
He doesn't have time!
Does he?
There's no time!
There's no time.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ling with the clutch win, 7-6. Barely. 8 Basils barely being beat out of getting that win. That has to be heartbreaking for 8 Basils, especially Meow sitting at 20-8.
That was the craziest round of breachers I have ever casted. Holy crap.
That went so
What?
many different directions.
What
was
a round.
insanity.
What a round, what a match, what a game. My god.
I have to, before we go to our next, I have to take a look at some of these match clips. These nades going straight back to Blue Slayer's feet. We've had some fantastic nades, some not so fantastic nades, like this incendiary that unfortunately just bounced straight onto the stairs. But, you know, we've had so many just clips that included these trips, that some odd deaths overall, but these players have been playing especially well, trying to push through, getting the pick onto the wall. Just some fantastic matches tonight. The Challenger Cup is shaping up to be just as exciting as we thought it would be.
Yeah.
That last round, Dusty, I gotta give it to you. You being able to not over-aggress, just hold yourself at a distance enough to waste time for Meow to get that EMP to just enough time to deny a defuse. Fantastic job. That was one hell of a match. That was one hell of a round.
fantastic.
And that was, yeah, I'm so happy we were able to pop in on this when we did. Small recap for our side of round number 3. 0 beating Suits 7-0, an insane upset, leaving 0 as the first team undefeated so far in the Challenger Cup. And after that insane final round, Ling now left as the second undefeated team. We could very well see these two teams matched up next round in round number 4, but we will see in a few minutes. Please.
We'll see you in the next one, folks. We'll see you after a short ad break on round 3 of this Challenger Cup.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Breachers VRML. We're back after this short ad break for round 4 of the Challenger Cup for the Breachers VRML. We have Zero versus Ling, our upcoming matchup. Before that happens, we had an exciting matchup. That was one of the most exciting last rounds I think we have ever seen in a casting group.
Yeah, that was bonkers. The amount of action that occurred in the last minute or so, the last second failed plant, the grenades coming out the entire round, the hit grenades, the missed grenades, we saw that, the missed incendiary, we saw that, that's on cast. And everything in between, that was one of the best rounds of Breachers I've ever seen.
That single 1v1 versus of Meow versus Dusty, that was so much tension. Meow just had to make something work. They did manage to get the kill just like a second or like a half a second too late. It was so close down to the wire. That was so exciting to watch.
I am at a loss for words. That was some of the most exciting gameplay I've seen from Breachers, even in, top tier gameplay, which that was. I think if they had 2 seconds more, then Ling would not have clutched that out. Or sorry, Ling would have clutched that out. But, gosh.
No, it would have
defused the EMP. The EMP would have been defused. Yeah. Is what I'm trying to get at.
8 Basils would have gotten that had it just been a half a second more time.
Yeah.
When rounds come down to that little bit of time loss and somebody manages to play the clock like Dusty did, that is some expert Breachers maneuvers right there.
Yeah,
but,
and I was condemning them at first. I was looking at it because they had a nade. They had a incendiary grenade that they could have used to block off the plant, and they didn't. And I was going to say, they might have just thrown the match just off of that. They haven't blocked off the EMP. There's still time. They could just get the EMP down, and they did, but then it turned all the way around.
Yeah, it came down to they just weren't in the right position to throw that because they weren't on toilet. There was nobody left on toilet anymore. That's where you need to throw that incin to guarantee the hit. Otherwise, you're having to bounce it off the wall and just hope that you landed it right. And there's so many ways it can go wrong. It can hit the bomb and then just go right next to bathtub and then you're blocked off. Or it can land on top of the bomb even, and then you've got a useless bomb on fire.
Which we saw.
There's so many... Yeah,
We saw
there's so many
easy
ways.
leads.
There's so many ways that DC Util could have gone wrong that I think they were just like, screw it. We're not going to try it. We're not going to chance it. There's a possibility Ling being Ling could push up on us and catch us with the nade in our hands. It just so many like half-second and microsecond decisions having to be made, and such a scuffle in that bathroom site.
Yeah.
Just, it was a treat to watch. The fact that we got to catch that was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got to catch those 2 games. You know, obviously, I'm not glad that someone got 7-0 stomped, but I am glad to be here now. These are the only 2 teams in the Swiss bracket that are undefeated. If Ling wins this, they'll be up 4-0. If Zero wins this, they'll be up 4-0. And that will essentially guarantee them going to the finals tomorrow. Essentially, there could be some upset that gets them to not be there, but I'd be surprised. If someone does win this, they'll go through to that next day. They'll have the chance to go into the playoffs if they do one more best of 3 match. It's going to be super exciting. I think we're ready to get started on our map. We've seen it a couple times tonight already. We're getting back into Mall.
Gosh,
Mall.
Mall.
It's going to be a super exciting one. We've seen it quite a bit. Probably, actually, you know what's funny is we've probably seen it more than we've seen it on cast this entire season. Because I believe I saw it twice on cast the entire season. I'm pretty sure I was the only caster who saw it on cast.
No, me and Bob were the first people to see it on cast.
I was with you guys.
Earlier in the season. You were.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. So
Actually, no. I had the first Mall. We can look into it at some point, but I believe I had the first Mall. Bob was going to cast with me and didn't, and lost out on the chance to cast on Mall.
Bob really likes Mall, by the way. You guys
He does.
He does.
He very
Fucking
much
hate
does.
that map. I do not like that map. Or sorry, I do not like that map at all.
I was just saying, you don't like that, man? I thought you liked Bob. Come on, man.
No, I don't like that map. I do not like Mall at all. From a player's perspective, it's great to watch. It's great to watch, but it is not my favorite map to play.
You want to let them know that we're ready? I think that we are pretty much good to get into it. We have all the players in. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Now, Zero is leading on point differential. They're up 16 to Ling's 10. So Ling would have to go up 6 to tie them on point differential, which is a tall order against someone who's been doing as well as Zero so far.
Looks like we're ready to get into Big Mall.
Now, Shimmy, when you're looking at Mall, you said you don't like it, and there's a reason why just so many open spaces, or what is your issue with Mall?
So Matt, my personal problem with Mall is that I just haven't had the time to actually learn the map. It plays a lot like Arctic does, where there are so many angles that you have to worry about. There are so many angles you absolutely have to worry about, and if you don't know where they are, if you haven't taken the time to study the map, you have not learned it inside and out, you will die to them. There are so many little areas that somebody can just swing out and just absolutely dome you. That is why I don't like that map, because it's one that takes a lot of studying. And especially there are a lot of little like half vents and half walls that you have to worry about that somebody can just peek right out and get you.
Yeah, fair. You know, and talking about that, that's why teams, I don't know if you remember in the beginning of the season, teams used to push through Pharmacy, but then they realized that this is a completely indefensible position if we push in through Pharmacy. So they decided, hey, we'll go Food Court. That worked out a little better. We're seeing that work now as Juice takes down Arene immediately, foaming up the back B wall with Parrot and Dusty stuck inside the little cubby with Jaded, Juice Potato, and Splunge all watching it. Jaded hearing footsteps inside. Splunge pushing in, not realizing there's 2 players inside, but doesn't matter. Takes down Parrot and Dusty inside the little storage closet, and now it is just Splez and Yui trying to push up together. Splez gets taken out, just Yui baiting his teammate out, but does get taken down by Jaded. That is going to be Ling up 1. Sorry, Zero up
Zero.
1 immediately for this map.
Man, the absolute aggression that just came out of Zero. They just decided they were going to blitz in and charge straight through Ling. I mean, this is going to be a real heavy match. It's two teams that are extremely aggressive, not afraid to get in people's faces. It's going to be fisticuffs on fisticuffs, gunfight on gunfight. That was a very good tempo setter for what we're going to see.
Very, very quick rounds and probably an even quicker map. As we head into round number 2, Eco looking pretty good on both sides. A couple of SMGs, but all coming out from Ling, I think is going all SMGs. With not too much Eco left in the back, while Zero is still saving a little bit and going a lot more for some offensive Eco and some utility, which is going to be very, very helpful here as they look probably to push towards A site. Juice sending out a drone, and another push coming in on the backside. So we're going to see a split push coming out from Zero here. Into
Lower and
arcade
upper
side.
arcade. Now, this isn't... So, typically, I wouldn't call it a split push in the fact that this is just the meta push that a lot of people take. They have 2 people on upper, 2 people on lower. It's really good to push on offense. You can see that right now as Parrot is alone against a 0-4 stack. They didn't know he's there, but now they do, but it doesn't matter as he takes down Jaded.
Oh.
But now a 3v2, and unfortunately Dusty and Yui are both off of their own point. They have to push in on their own point, but the useful part is the other team doesn't know that. But as Jewish takes out one, tries to take out the other, but Yui is extremely low. Juice is free to plant. They know where Yui is.
Not looking good for this Ling squad. Yui the last one up, and it looks like he might try to save this RCP that he has in his inventory. He's very, very low. He's heading to the basement. EMP is planted. Still 2 members of Zero up. He could be rotating, but I think he's most likely just going to go for the save here. Couple of things before Shimmy. I'm sure you want to have some things to say, but the way that Ling has been playing this defense is very, very aggressive and very, very reckless. And I think Zero is using that to their advantage. Still being fast, still being quick, but also being methodical and being sure to check everything that they need to. And I think it's a very good strategy here for Zero as they're about to go 2-0 against Ling.
And Yui just going straight for the RCP save. Makes sense, honestly. It's a pretty expensive gun to be buying on second round.
I mean, it comes down to, yes, Ling is trying to hold that map control. They're trying to hold an aggressive defense and whittle people down as they come in. The thing being is Zero is just being a giant angry swarm of bees. When you have 5 people swinging you, there's not a lot you can do about it, especially if you're alone, like for instance Parrot was. This is going to be a very difficult offense for Ling to deal with. They're going to need to hole up in certain areas with like 3 stacks. It's just when you have this giant angry swarm of bees coming your way, you're only going to win it if with manpower versus manpower, or you're going to need some extra util to do the work for you. And we're not quite seeing that yet. We're not at the eco point that we're seeing that heavy util utilized.
Yeah, we're going to get there quick, though.
Yeah, looking at Eco, we're seeing Zero with a lot of util and Ling finally able to get a little more util. But we're going to see a couple of rifles coming out of Zero this time with this. I don't know, this Ling squad is still rocking their SMGs. So, still going to be a little bit more on the back foot for them as we see a drone heading in the record shop. And Yui right on the other side of the A wall here, but it looks like we could be seeing a replica of what we saw the last time we saw Zero play this map, and it's that bait into A and the quick push onto B site.
Which
Grenade
I
comes
will
out,
say
takes out Owen, or takes out Yui from Owen, the grenade, and it looks like there it is, the quick plant, the Zero quick plant strategy. Dusty's gonna try to get in and take Jaded out. Does with the
it would have worked better, but I think Jaded kind of forgot to turn his hand to plant the EMP. He also flashed himself on the way in, which I will say
charges.
that is one advantage of playing at the same time. You play these matches at the same time. That means teams can't study your previous matches. They're playing at the same time. They can't see the match while you're playing it unless they tune in after their match ends. So you can use the same strat on different teams because they won't know. unless you've used it before in one of your league matches, typically. Juice Potato now hoping to push up. Dusty RNA holding it down. Dusty hip firing, takes out 1, takes out 2, and that is Ling bringing it back 1-2 against 0, and also picking up a Vezin and a Marui, which is a fantastic up for their team.
That strategy, it comes down to one single breaking point. If it goes right, if that one single piece in the machine works, which is that one person Jaded jumping down there and planting. If it works, it's monstrous. It's like there's nothing you can do about it with that Marui sitting up on that overpass. But when they don't get the plant off and you have that EMP down, that is difficult to deal with. It's such an open space to try and cross to where that plant spot is. You jump down, you're probably going to die, as we saw. It is extremely difficult to deal with. And as we saw, that happened. Ling was able to abuse the crap out of the EMP being stuck in a horrible spot to try and finish out. Ling secured their first round.
And we'll see if they can secure another here in round number 4. But Zero might be able to swing back and take it back into their control. Who knows? Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe it'll snowball. We're going to see another garage push, this time all for 1 and 1. Actually, no, it looks like a pop.
It's an arcade push.
It's a split arcade push. It's the classic meta. And it looks like Ling's not going to make the same mistake of spreading out too wide this time. Nobody's sitting and waiting in arcade. Looks like they're all back towards site, so Ling learning and adapting quickly. Owen's gonna take out 1 from behind the wall. Yeah, oh my goodness.
Owen tries to go for another one. Ooh, Parrot does get flashbanged down. There's a blow wall directly next. Wall gets blown. Second wall might get blown directly next to Yui. Yui tries to peek out, takes out 1, but gets taken out by Splunge. Parrot's stuck between a rock and a hard place. So is Splez. Splez is watching the wall bang. Owen peeks in, gets stopped by a static. Splez pushes out, trying to capitalize off of this opening. Does do it. Gets taken out by Splunge, but the damage is done. It is now 2-2. And these players are split up on the offense. Zero has to do a 1v1 on both sides. Splunge takes out Dusty. Now it's just Parrot on a 1v2. Is back to the door blocker is a good situation to be in for him, as he can't get flanked out.
Well, it looks like he can, as Splunge just shreds through the door blocker and then takes out Parrot. Parrot stares at his demise a second before the bullets hit his face. And Zero able to take their 3rd point of the half, round number 5, and now they're up 3-1, Shimmy.
That was an unfortunate round. It was going so well for Ling for a second. They had short up and just concentrated on the site. And they just played off, or tried to outplay the aggression that Zero did and catch them out in the open. Worked for a while, but unfortunately, Zero is just all over the map at that point. Or not all over the map at that point. They were just controlling so much space that they had too many angles to worry about. And it came down to Splunge and I believe it was Jewish Potato just having so many opportunities to just flex angles onto these Ling players and finish them out. And especially that running sprint peek that Splunge did after opening up the door blocker. That is unfortunate. I mean, process of elimination, there's only one place for Parrot to sit, and they pre-fired it.
That's what she has to do. Now, pushing in on food court, Dusty is kind of behind the box, but he's definitely rotated a bit just because they know he was there before.
Ryan comes out.
Ooh, that's an incendiary down, blocking Dusty outside of the point. They're trying to capitalize off of it as Splunge and Jaded try to shoot through the smoke. Jordan trying to find it. Dusty pushes out, gets taken out by Jaded, unfortunately. Does not get it off. But you see actually Splez downstairs, hoping to come up the stairs to get the flank off, but Owen is watching it.
Speaking of flanks, Yui on the roam from behind in the pharmacy. And it looks like they're not expecting it. Jewish Potato. Looks like he is set up for Yui to come through here. We could see a repeat of what we saw last time. Yui gonna pick the corner, and Jewish is able to get it. Now a 1 versus 4 for Parrot, and he gets taken out by Owen. Zero taking another very, very, very quick round.
Ling is getting isolated, is what it feels like. Ling is spreading out a pretty far across the building, and they're getting isolated in 1v1s or 2v1s. And that's really been their downfall.
I mean, they're trying to do anything they can to figure out how to crack this zero offense. It's such an angry, like, again, I'm going to say it, angry swarm of bees, that they have to figure out what to do in order to deal with it. So they've tried isolating or they've tried concentrating and solidating in sight. They've tried spreading out, having an aggressive entry. They're trying everything that they can to prevent this runaway train that is zero. It is so extremely hard for them to deal with. And they have just not cracked the code yet. I don't think they're going to be able to crack the code by the end of offense, and they're going to have to make this all up on the defensive side.
But you know what Gibular Bob says? Maul is a defense-sided map. Again, this is a joke for our Team Chaos casters, subtle flaws.
I will
Highlight
say,
reel,
if
hopefully
Maul's a
come out soon.
defense-sided map, then Zero's going to get this done pretty quick. Probably want an offense side if we want Ling to get back up here. Now, we do have drone coming in. RNA just holding down the fort, really, in the loading bay, throwing out a nade. Ooh! Jaded nearly gets taken out by the frag, but barely doesn't. RNA won't know how low that got him until he watches his pass back. Jaded gets taken out by RNA anyway. Now, double nade goes out along with an incendiary. Smoke goes down as well. Owen just setting off the rocks as drone goes through. RNA still in the smoke, gets droned out. Probably going to be some utility being tossed into the smoke. Zero down a player, but definitely not down on weaponry. We see 2 Maruis, 3 Maruis, and a Vezin against a pretty patchwork economy on the Ling side. This definitely isn't counting them out just yet.
Juice coming down the stairs. Looks like he's trying to go in for a possible flank. Yui's gonna swing around and get Juice. Immediately gets another in Jewish. The last one left alive for Zero. Oh, and they all bum rush onto Record Shop. Ling finally able to get a little bit of footing before the round swap and make it 4-2 for switching sides.
And that was,
Not a bad...
that was a flawless
Go
as
ahead.
well. Meaning that none of those Ling players died.
Yeah, that's not a bad position to be in. They finally managed to crack that code at the very end.
Yeah.
They're set up to actually have a decent half if they can put the work in to get this offense side, or sorry, this offense side off the ground with a strong start. I mean, this is bottom floor, so it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of effort. I don't think they're going to try the same crazy thing that that Zero did with the bookstore drop, but Ling might try to flex their own aggression here. They've been getting run through this entire last half by Zero. I think they want to return the favor now.
Probably
For
so.
sure, it's very possible for them to do so, but we'll see what happens again. Zero up 4-2, heading into round number 7. Yui looks like he's gonna try to push into Record Shop here. And they're going for a split push. 3 are going into Record, 1's going by the stairs, and Dusty with the EMP still outside on the other side of the map.
Bottom floor Rome. Yui, RNA, and Splez all in. Juice Potato just waiting like a piranha. Takes out Yui. Takes out RNA. Almost takes out Splez, but barely can't get it off. That is 2 players down. And Jaded takes out Parrot. That is 3 players down for the Ling side. Zero immediately just kneecapping the Ling offense. Now Dusty is alone with EMP, alone and afraid, trying to push up towards the door as Jaded peeks around the side. Splez coming up the stairs behind Jaded, might give him a bit of a peek in, but Splunge pushes up forward, goes for a bit of a play space, but gets taken out regardless. Dusty tries to take out Owen. Jaded gets flanked out by Dusty, not really having any comms, unfortunately.
He kills himself with the instant!
Oh,
Splitz destroys himself with the incendiary. Now it's just Juice who takes out Dusty. That is Zero now, 5-2 over Ling. What an unfortunate death from Splez.
God, it was so close. If Splez had stayed alive, they actually probably had a chance there.
I do gotta give it the recovery off of such a disastrous first part of the round. Losing 3 players off the bat, Jewish Potato taking out 2 of them on that cheeky little doorway peek. I mean, Dusty and Splezin were able to put the work in and push it down to, well, a 1v1. Just, yeah, that Splez needed to stay alive there. Even with 1 health, he needed to stay alive. Ew.
That's gotta
not
suck.
quite-
We've seen so many of these. Ling is just not having good luck with grenades tonight, folks. It hurts to see.
Yeah, but they gotta do something. Ling right now is they lost their chance to get ahead. They're now in a down eco position versus Zero. They've got to make some magic happen. They do not want to have their backs against the wall so early into the offensive half.
But they very well could if Zero plays as well as they did last time. Again, a lot of roaming up top. It looks like Zero is set up on the bottom. Oh, it immediately takes out one! RNA able to get the refrag, but Splunge is right there. Tries to get a couple more, but is able to back out before getting tagged. And it looks like we're already down a player on Ling. So, I'm gonna have to capitalize very, very well against now a 5v4 scenario. Juice takes out Parrot with the roam. Dusty able to get the refrag, but he's now on 1 health. Now a 3v, well, now 3, due to some great kills on both sides. But, possible happens to an arcade. Over towards B site, Jaden, ready to snipe that angle as soon as they drop, and RNA set up over by stairs to try to get the backside angle on either of them.
I was gonna laugh so hard if Dusty got a little too close to the hatch and died to his own foam. That would be so poetic. But now RNA pushing around towards Jaded. He's gonna have a tough time of it. Hopefully he checks his corner when he goes through. He's gonna have to swing the corner wide to catch sight of Jaded. Minute and 10 on the clock. Dusty goes to drop.
Doesn't even look!
Yui gets taken down, and Jaded takes down Yui and RNA, and that is Zero up 6-2 over Ling. This is a bit of an upset, folks.
Yeah.
This is not going well for Ling, man. It just, even on defense, Zero is being so in Ling's face. They're holding correct angles. They are abusing small little peaks and just swinging out on these Ling players when they're not expecting it. And just overall winning gunfights too. I think the gunfight advantage right now is on Zero's side. Maybe Ling is a little bit tired from that crazy match they just played, but Zero is locked in. Their backs are against the wall now for Ling. They have to. There is no more options for mulligans. They have to make something happen for 5 straight rounds.
And if they don't, well, they will possibly... They'll have to fight a lot harder in this 5th round to get to the top 2, while Zero kind of sits pretty near guaranteed a spot in the top 2 of the Challenger Cup, and a spot to play tomorrow. Same time, in a best of 3 to get into the final bracket of NA Breachers VRML. But they have to survive this round first and take out the rest of Ling, which hasn't happened yet, but the gunfight has begun as Ling pushes into food court.
Potato just trying to hold the hallway down with the Omen. Trips are down, pretty much invisible, honestly. It's tough for those players to see it. As Splez takes out Owen, that'll leave Juice Potato pretty much trapped where he is. Now Juice Potato peeking out, gets taken out by Yui. Ling hoping to push straight through as they take out Jaded. Now it is a 5v2. They're hoping to go for the flawless as RNA pushes through. Splunge trying to take down one, gets taken down. Potential for a flawless as it is just Juice against a Ling 5-stack with an Arill and gets taken out. That's a flawless. I have to take a look at that power of friendship kill there from the entire Ling team. Juice pushes around. They all play space at the same time to kill him.
Oh.
Power of
Tragic, but
friendship. You love
looks
and hate
like we're
to see
seeing
it.
we're finally seeing Ling come back to their roots. They're being in their face. They're being aggressive. The way that I always remembered Ling playing. This is a good return to form, and it's starting to work on Zero. Maybe they can keep this up and just keep the pressure. Continue through for 4 more rounds. That's all they need. They're looking good on economy, though so is Zero. Zero only has... No, actually, sorry, I take that back. Zero has 2 weapons that aren't considered full buys. They have one Orla and one Ohm play. But Ling is looking really nice on that economy. If they can just carry that over and continue pushing Zero back and putting the pressure, they might be able to secure this. That being said, Zero is still on fire. They had 1 hiccup round so far, which was that last round. But it's still too early to call.
Now they're trying to push through front door. Ling taking this very cautiously on the arcade push. Jewish Potato hoping to get a very, very early pickoff for his team. Splez being extremely careful about how much he shows as Parrot goes around with his gun down. Nearly gets taken down immediately by Jewish Potato. Jewish Potato is now in a rough spot as getting peeked out by 3 of these Ling players. And he gets taken down by Splez, but that is going to give Jaded the opportunity to get the refrag. Flash goes out. Jaded trying to just get a good foothold off. Nade! Nade does not take down Dusty. It gets pretty close, though. A lot of these Ling players down low health, but that doesn't matter as Splunge with an RCP on the flank is on a 1v5.
Oh no, the trim mine! A
1v4,
trim mine took out
1v3.
Parrot.
Splunge is against full health. Yeah, and that is Ling getting another round. Honestly, I don't know. We saw some positioning errors from Zero there. I feel like if they had stuck together a little more, we're seeing Zero make the same errors Ling were before, where they were spread out a bit too much.
Well, we saw that very, very aggressive hold from Jewish Potato, which would work. It would work had Parrot not done a more or less sprint peek on the doorway to bait out that fire and force Jewish to be fully exposed. And then at that point, it was just a matter of baiting him out. And we just continually saw those bait outs happening. Dusty pulling those fantastic pieces of util as they worked their way through arcade. And of course, I mean, they died to their own fair share of util, those trip mines and not watching their backs for Splunge to get a good kill. Just Ling played that very well. I don't know what it is, but it seems like they're doing really well when their backs are against the wall. We saw that happen in the 8 Basils match, where it was 6-3, and they continued on to get those 4 points to push them into the victory. And I think we're just going to see it again. We might just see it again here against Zero.
Jimmy, do you have money on this match?
Maybe I should.
Douche Potato pushing back into records. He's in a really tough position. They flashed themselves! Oh no! Ling and their nades haunting them again, but they managed to recover it and take down Jewish Potato. Plunge upstairs. Juice nearly getting wall bangs off on Yui, but barely can. Again, Zero's extremely spread out. This somewhat worries me, Shimmy, as we see Owen getting naded out and shot. Splunge is upstairs. He can't help his team. He's so far away. He's just going to leave his 2 teammates to die, really, if there's this Zero stack. He just can't really get it. Ling now hoping to push straight in the point. Yui nearly gets straight in. Jada is going to have to reload at some point. Takes out both. Now it is just Splunge who's on the flank. Ling going for the flawless. And again, just really spread out. Zero is giving Ling isolated kills almost every time for the first 2 or 3 deaths.
That is 3 flawless rounds in a row from Ling. They are putting in the work. They know what they need to do, and they are just executing amazingly well.
Shimmy, you know the last people we saw to do that? F3.
Oh, God. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
F3, 3 flawless rounds against IVI.
I think it was 5, wasn't it?
It was,
no,
yeah,
it was
sorry,
3.
it was 3 flawless rounds. It was 5 in a row, though.
It was 5 in a row, 3 flawless rounds.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Ling had to pull off right here to be able to beat Zero, which if they win this round here, they'll be heading into overtime.
Oh my goodness.
You know what they say, folks. History repeats itself, and we very well could be seeing it right here. As we, round number 12, let's see if Zero can reclaim their former fame from earlier in this match, or if Ling is going to continue with their flawless run and possibly have to force Zero into a tiebreaker.
No one in food court from Zero is an interesting twist. It seems like they're definitely going for more centralized defense. They're sticking together a good bit. Actually, mostly on A, not on B, which is somewhat surprising. A lot of times, teams will just be going straight for B. This is one of those times where really the only meta push is onto B. Yui does get flashed by his own teammates. Again, Ling's nades coming back to haunt them a good bit, but they recover. RNA going for the foam on the wall, while Barrett is pushing up with a primed utility, hoping to take down anyone next to the bomb. Jaded does take a bit of damage, not too much. Barrett inside the point, takes down Juice. Jaded does get smoked out, but not before he's able to almost take down one. Splez going to plant EMP, comes up on the desk, nearly gets taken out. Neither is Jaded, goes for some wall bangs out of the wall, pushes through, gets taken out by Dusty. Now Jewish pushing around with Splunge. Splunge takes down another. Splez takes down two. Splez getting flanked by Owen. And that is Zero claiming the match 7-5 over Ling. What an exciting final round.
Oh.
Kill
Splez
after
almost
kill.
had that.
Kill after kill after kill. It was just trade after trade after trade. I mean, phenomenal job by Owen, able to keep up and win there for Zero.
Man, Splezin right there fighting for his life. I feel bad because he looked back exactly where Owen was going to peek him from and then looked away to reload. And that costed him his life. He could have done it. He almost had it. Just that was it. One wrong move, one single wrong move secures that map. And it's just like the last match we saw with Ling, where one single wrong move on a Basil's side or one hesitation costed the match. Fantastic rounds though. Like that streak of 3 flawlesses was really cool to watch.
That was some good breachers right there.
I'm looking at the chat and someone said, I just read the script and Ling wins 7-6.
No way.
No, we got some M. Night Shyamalan stuff over here. We're going to double twist.
We leak fake
We're gonna make it
scripts
think
every
there's
time, folks. You should know this.
There's a plot twist that you think is going to happen, and then we're going to twist the plot twist.
Yeah, the 8th round.
No.
Well, that is going to cement Zero, I believe, as our front runner. And I believe they're just guaranteed a spot tomorrow because they're up so much in point differential. They're going to be up, I believe now, 19 point differential. 19 points up is crazy to have stacked up over only 4 mats.
Yeah. It's insane and basically cements them a slot into tomorrow. Don't take our word because crazy stuff can still happen. This is still Breachers and it's still one of the craziest leagues in the VRML. But going off of statistics and what's most likely going to happen next round, especially if Zero wins next round, they are most likely guaranteed a spot in tomorrow's day 2 best of 3 to get into the playoffs.
But we're not there yet. We still have round 5 and as well as a few matches still going on. We'll be right back. We're going to go scout around those matches that are still happening, see if one is still going that we really want to go to. If not, we'll see you on the final round of this Swiss tournament. Hope you all see you there.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point. Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Breachers VRML and to our cast for the final round of day one for the North American Challenger Cup for the season 4 of Breachers here on the VRML network. We are here to cast it for you. Here we have not Zero versus Ling. Apologies.
We have Suits versus Ling
versus
for
Ling.
you guys.
Suits
Here as the
versus-
fifth round of the Challenger Cup. We know that Zero is near a shoo-in, but these two teams are sort of next in the line. We'll see how things shake out at the end of the night, and we'll be sure to get that information as soon as we know. But right now, I think we're kind of ready to go with Ling versus Suit.
I think we're
Ling,
almost
right?
ready to go, but I do want to talk about when it comes to that last matchup. Zero has all but guaranteed themselves a spot tomorrow. There is a slight chance that they might get kicked out, but I think if they don't get first, they get second at this point. When it comes to
Yes.
this matchup, Suits versus Ling, this could decide the second place spot, because if Suits wins this, they're gonna have a pretty good point differential. If Ling wins this, they're gonna have a really good point differential because they already were competing with Zero for that top spot. But with the loss to Zero, now they've taken their first loss. It's gonna be interesting to see how this works out, especially on our map. I think we're all ready to start once these players filter back into the server. We just had to have the server rapture, unfortunately.
I real quick, I do want to call out though, we have 4 teams that are in the running for this second place spot. And yes, Zero is more or less guaranteed to get that first spot. However, we've got Elixir, Suits, Empire, and Ling all sitting at 3-1. Right now, Elixir sits a little bit higher with those 6 Bucalls points versus everybody else's 4. However, the point differentials are still very high for Suits, Empire, and Ling. This last roundup is going to decide that second place, and it's a little bit hard to decide because we have those 2 matches that will decide it going on at the same time.
The same. We did also have another forfeit. We had Eco forfeit, so Stormwatch does get a bye round, but unfortunately, they did not quite get high enough to be in the running for second place. However, they did stick to the end, which we applauded. Some good matches played by them. Now, getting to the end of day 1. Been a long day 1. Going to be an exciting matchup. I'm hoping for just as exciting as matchup as we had with the last time we saw Ling. It's going to be really, really fun. Especially on, we're not going back to Mall, thankfully, right? We're heading to...
It seems like we're going to Factory, but unfortunately, we do have a small server switch. Yeah, we're having a server change, so bear with us as we switch servers.
While we do that, I do want to take a quick moment. I want to take a look at the chat real quick and just talk about, we have Dagger, Tiger Claw, Lolliot in the chat currently, Scoober, Beans, let's see, Fluth, Jai Guy, and Crescendo in the chat right now, just talking and discussing. Thank you all for coming out and supporting these teams in the Challenger Cup. We're going to witness some new teams getting through the Challenger Cup, I believe. And maybe some new top teams next season as we get into Season 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out, but, of course, we have to get through the biggest event in the VRML. For the past few years, we've been hosting VRML Con, our LAN event that is taking place this July in Phoenix, Arizona. The play-in tournament for Breachers is coming up soon in July, so if you have friends who are free to go out to Arizona for VRML Con and you want a chance to play up on that stage, like many of these teams we see here today we'll be trying to do, sign up. Sign-ups are open for most games. If you're not a fan of Breachers, you could go do it in Orion Drip, or in Pavlov, or in Onward, or in Vale. All of these leagues have their sign-ups open for their play-in tournaments, and I believe some of them will be starting quite soon.
And
so,
for the added incentive, I will say, for the added incentive, which I didn't hear you mention, $20,000 on the line. $20,000 total. $5,000 for each game.
Right now, I guess it's time to focus back in as we, in round number 5 of the...
This is an exciting one. One of the original maps for Breachers. One of the best known. One with the most known meta pushes. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams cope with the knowledge that they bring to the table. Suits fielding I Miss Her, BLW, Tony Montana, Owala, and Brabadabado. And Ling fielding Dusty, Yui, Splez, Erene, and Zen. Zen, I believe we haven't seen recently in these, but I think the rest of those 4 have been pretty constant throughout this whole thing so far.
I mean, Zen is not a player to discount. He is one heck of a shot, one heck of a play spacer. So, this is going to be an interesting shakeup. Parrot, unfortunately, did have to bow out. So, let's get into this first round.
Immediately, we see a small drone push on the orange stairs, looking like it could be a hatch or just a straight push down orange stairs. In towards A site, but it looks like most of Suits is up on top, ready to go in for that orange stair-based or hatch push.
Ling not really worrying about roaming upstairs, and Suits not really worrying about checking lockers too much. They did check through, they did walk through, but other than that, Ling is just not really worrying about it. They're holding down to the points, and that's about it. No one behind the bomb. Aaron A is stuck behind the door. We do have Yui in connector who might get grenaded out if he's not careful. EMP in the hands of BLW may try to just go plant. There is a clone down, which is just giving just a little bit of confusion maybe for the Suit side. I Miss Her is checking the flank downstairs. Now, when we're looking at this graphics, I'm looking at the peak and really the push from Suits. They're taking it slow, but they're taking it very methodically. They're clearly somewhat worried about what Ling is going to do defensively if they're not pushing up upstairs.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the strategy here. They're playing a little coy, but it could work. We do see the wall go in, a couple of frags go out. A frag from Yui from the Ling side is gonna miss. It did look like. Grab. Getting the peek as the MP gets planted by BLW and Suits with the first planted. Bunch of kills coming out from both sides, and it's now a 3v1 with a wall of the last one up left on Suits, and it looks like they're just gonna bum rush him on orange stairs. Three things around, goes down. Dusty gets a little bit of damage. Him and Spleeze are there, and the two pistols are enough to take him out as Ling turns it around and diffuses the EMP for their first point of the round.
We saw Brabadabido make a fatal mistake outside this wall breach. He turned his back, and that is a surefire way to ensure that an enemy is going to peek you at the perfect time. You know, that's breacher's timing, that's siege timing, that's really any kind of FPS game. That's just the timing you get. You turn your back to an open door, someone is going to be there to shoot you. And that is just the way the cookie crumbled. And now Ling is up around over Suits, giving themselves a pretty strong start, all things considered. But Suits can't be counted out just yet. They're doing a pretty heavy buy into this next round, holding on to 2 RCPs. Brabadabido actually going for a Jesper, maybe going for more of a util heavy play rather than a gun heavy play.
Very interesting strategy. Yeah, go ahead, play. Go ahead, Shimmy.
So I do gotta give it to Zen on making that beautiful, beautiful flank happen. He waited until the plant was happening, until all of Suits' force was looking inside the site. They completely disregarded the stairs for just enough time for Zen to get into position. So when somebody came around to check it, he managed to grab them real quick, and the rest of Ling just collapsed right onto that Suits jumble.
Yeah, didn't work out very well in that first round for Suits, but we'll see if the push has changed. Now, obviously, this push on to B, one of the most meta pushes. A frag, it looks like came out, but got intercepted or something. It didn't work. Now frag comes out towards the door. Nobody gonna get caught because it didn't get outside. Looks like the drone is still flying around, and Ling has retreated in the B site. That aggressive offense we saw before, not working its best right now. An instant and a frag coming out. Again, not gonna catch anybody, as it looks like we could be seeing a rotate towards the hallway here as the Walla tries to break open that window. And BLW comes down orange stairs.
We're trying to rotate through. Storage is now held completely by Suits. As I Miss Her just peeks in a little bit. Splez is still sitting beside the door. He's going to push out as soon as he can, but gets taken down by BLW with the refrag. Incendiary as Yui goes to claim the Viper back. Wall is about to be blown as Yui goes for the wall bang, but Ling is going to get their point opened up like a bit of a tin can if they're not careful.
Let's see what happens here. Minute 15 seconds left on the clock. EMP back in the hands of Suits. Grab-a-dab-a-doo. Looks like he's going to get ready to swing around the corner with the RCP. Yui right there, if he plays it right. It looks like he's retreated.
Also
and
rotate.
Suit continues to hold. storage, but I do think we're gonna see it rotate towards A. The wall gets blown, possibly for a fake out, which I think it is, as the wall into A gets blown up. Yui takes out a wall, or takes out RNA. As A is now pushed into and EMP is being planted as we speak. A couple of kills come out from Krabs, Zen's able to get... And it's now a 1 versus 1. BLW versus Zen. Both are in 1 hit range, or very low. That reload for Zen, very risky, but he's going to be able to commit to it anyway. Zen with a swing and gets it! Ling now with 2 points. Up 2-0 against Suits, who, after their loss to 0, went back to dominating last round, winning, I think, yes, 7-2 against Luxury.
Well done overall. And that is going to give them a fantastic round. And Shimmy, before you keep going, I just want to talk about the plays from Ling there. They realized that there was a rotate happening. Instead of, all pushing over, they had one person on the point go through and methodically, find where everyone was and managed to get picked kills off. And that is what is killing Suits right now, is they're getting isolated by these Ling players. It's the exact same thing that was happening to Ling when Zero was killing.
Precisely. They're isolating out those 2v1s and then just managing on those final single individual engagements to just gun diff. I mean, it came down to the wire. Either one could have just landed 1 or 2 shots and killed each other, but Zen pulling that lean peek out with the gun push managed to secure it up. Like you said, they're playing this correctly. They're segmenting out people and they are isolating Suits players into unfavorable circumstances.
Now Zen pushing downstairs, rather roaming downstairs, hoping to get the flank off. Suits is extremely spread out currently, like we talked about. Awala pushing in, DFW as well after his drone goes in. Awala nearly gets killed by wallbang. Passing his gun over to his teammate as he's clearly almost dead. Tony Montana might get pushed in on. Yep, RDN takes him out, but instead of pushing it on a back hall, just goes straight back into lockers. They're not pushing their luck. Now BLW pushing back outside, but might get met by a surprise as Zen is on the flank with an RCP. Isn't showing his hand just yet. Awala and BLW are none the wiser. There's someone down the stairs. Dusty pretending to be a clone. Now pushing up. Does get taken out by Awala. Splez hopes to get the refrag, but doesn't get out there in time. Awala might get taken down as Zen might take his opportunity. He's waiting this out awful long, but Splez gets the kill regardless. I miss her. Is going to get flanked out by Zen. He does get flanked out by the entire Ling team, including their clone. And now Ling is up 3-0 over Suits. They're showing their dominance. Even after losing 2-0, they're showing that they can get this done.
Excuse me. Suits is not able to enter the building on this one. They barely got in, and RNA and Splez just denied them. Cheeky try from Dusty to mimic a clone, but I think he got a little impatient and got himself killed. Luckily, his team was there for the refrag. Man, Suits is going to have to put in some work and really reassess. They are running into these hard, aggressive defenses and just not dealing with them quite well enough. It's similar to how they were failing to deal with Zero's aggressive counter entries and aggressive defenses. But we still got 3 rounds on the half. All they need is a couple rounds on offense to be sitting pretty for defense.
It's very possible for them to come back, but right now the way Ling's been dominating, it is looking a little tough for Suits as we head into round number 4. They start up off on the roof, and I'm very curious to see where it's going to take them. It looks like they're going to breach out some of the windows here, over towards the hatch, possibly either bait out a hatch push or go in on the hatch. Oh, it looks like Brab is going to blow the hatch from outside. BLW is now inside the building and scouting, and they have a drone in. RNA on the other side of that wall as Yui tries to take out the drone. There is a clone, cheeky clone in the corner of somebody peeking out. A frag goes out, and it takes up the static field and does like 1 damage. No, doesn't do any damage. But they could think they're safe to drop in. Clone goes down. Spleeze still holding over at the elevator and swings up, gets the kill on I Miss Her.
Now heading down for the flank. He doesn't want to get taken down in case they drop hatch, but Suits is not taking that chance. Splez does not rotate back to point either, which is what Suits is probably expecting, which will allow Splez to get the drop on them. Awala, Braba, and BLW all rotating down the stairs, but Splez shoots a little prematurely, unfortunately, and reveals his position to them. Now, just rotating all the way back to his team, probably a good idea. 5v4 for Ling as a nade goes out to separate these players again. And now Tony pushing down the stairs. Another nade will go out incendiary straight to Tony's feet. Might take him out, but barely does not. Ling's able to beat him up. As Ling just tries to get an incendiary and really just a utility dump onto the Suits team to stop them from getting inside. Yui trying to get some shots off through the wall, can't really get it off, but as the wall is about to blow, Splez is about to see some big shots off on Brabadabido if they're not careful. Brabadabido's leg is showing. Tony pushes in, takes down Yui, and now full control of point belongs to Suits. They're fully in. Zen on top of an incendiary. Zen takes down one. Dusty takes another. Walla takes down Dusty. But these players don't know where Zen is. Oh, he lets them go upstairs.
Smoke expires. He went upstairs. This is possible for a D. Oh, they're gonna watch Hatch.
Yep.
They're there to watch Hatch. Oh, is it possible for Zen to get the diffuser? Will he have to sneak upstairs and kill the remaining 2 members of Suits? Awala waiting outside of the building. It seems that BLW is doing somewhat of the same, except in the locker room. Zen swings up, shoots off a couple of shots, and now goes to where Awala swings, gets the kill on Zen, and the first point to Suits in round number 4.
Well done, 2 Suits to get that off. Shimmy, what do you think they changed in their strategy to get that round off?
They, one, were a little bit more measured when they came in. They got set up as they needed to. Sure, they lost a man at the early position, but they forced Splezin off of that flank angle, forcing him back to sight. A second thing that happened was Tony Montana was able to actually utilize that smoke to book his way into sight and clear out connector. They needed to get the purchase into sight, which was finally provided. Because unfortunately, they keep running into gunfire. They keep running into gunfire before they can actually breach the walls, before they can actually get inside the site itself. And Tony, being the mad lad that he did, saw that smoke, booked it in connector, killed 2 guys, got everything that they needed to set up, which allowed them to finally get that plant and finally get onto the hatch. Zen tried as hard as he could, but there's just it's hard to push when you have a a crossfire to deal with up on that 3rd floor in the orange hallway.
Now
It was near impossible to escape from, but we'll see if Suits can pull it off again. It looks like they could be going for the meta push right into the blue hallway / lobby area here. It looks like that's exactly what they're gonna do. Blue wall mank's coming out. Dusty gonna get tagged a little bit and back out. As Tony and I Miss Her are now sitting and lying in wait for the wall to be foamed. Tony takes a little bit of damage and Sin goes out. It's gonna block off the wall area as they push in. It's very possible now for Suits to be able to get a play on a site. Wall gets blown. I Miss Her trying to get a couple of shots off, but nobody dead yet, Plague. As it looks like
EMP down!
EMP down?
Brabadabido had EMP. Splez took him down in back hall. This is catastrophic for Suits. Ling might not know they have EMP, however, as they're all pushing straight into point and getting taken out. If they can just cover the EMP, Yui knows he has it, RNA knows he has it, now they can just watch it as Splez knows. BLW does take down Zen, but now Ling knows that they need to get a clutch push off. They're going to have to do something drastic. They don't have any utility. They're going to have to maybe blow the hatch. The hatch is blown.
This wall right here. Tony foamed up the wall. Splez in grave danger if this wall gets blown and right there. Ooh, they weren't right there. Splez sitting and waiting for somebody to peek. Oh, Awala is able to get 1. Tags Yui for a bunch. Takes out RNA. Yui, the last one left alive. And is now flipped into the favor of Suits, who are going to go plant because they got the EMP back. BOW takes... EMP gets planted, or near planted. And Suits take another point from Ling. making it 3-2.
Suits.
Well, Suits has now secured a decent spot going into their second half. If they can finish out 3-3, they'll be sitting real good. I gotta say though, like they lost the EMP in a horrible spot real early. However, they resituated themselves, worked out where they needed to go, and them getting the purchase getting that cubby wall blown and clearing out lockers and not clearing out lockers, but clearing out Tetris on top of hatch room. That was the smart move. That enabled them to get that 3v1 advantage and finish it out strong.
Now, I can't help but notice that our friend Bravadabado is 1-5. He needs to get those numbers up a little bit.
Oh, Brad. I missed her. I missed her at the same amount.
No. But I know Brab. I'm gonna make fun of him. I'm not gonna make fun of him. Now Splez hoping to hold it on storage. There's not much utility to hold it down. I think he got flashed by the other team. Suits trying to push in onto storage to get hold on it. I miss her actually pushing up towards A, going for some clutch picks, but does get taken down by Dusty immediately behind the box. That is a Vezin down, as well as a smoke that could be picked up for the Ling stack.
I'm very sorry for cutting you off, Plague.
You're fine.
But BLW on the other side, now possibly going for a run or a flank with a rest. Pushes in towards B, a trade. Yui takes out Tony with a nade. And Awala takes out Splez. Another nade comes through in storage, and Awala gets very low with an ensign. Brab's still in the drone. As Awala is now lying in wait outside. I think BLW is now getting ready to head in to the flank.
I thought he was hitting B, but I suppose he's going for a wall. He does have foam, but he's going to get met with a rude surprise when RNA is standing right here and hears his foam pile on the wall. Never mind. RNA gets taken out. BLW is now in connector. Pushing straight through. Takes down Yui, gets taken down by Dusty, but Dusty gets flanked out, therefore. Now Zen coming in behind Bravadabba, doesn't check his flank, gets taken out. Now it's just a Wallow. He finishes the plant off knowing he's relatively safe. But he's not, as he could have just stuck the plant, unfortunately. What a pick by Zen. That is Ling bringing it back to a 4-2 lead on Switch.
Oh, that was a very, very ballsy move, blowing the assembly wall right into A. I thought that RNA was going to be able to react to that and secure it out, but no. He managed to get all the way through connector, secure a second pick onto B site, give the site for free to his teammates. Sure, he went down, but he absolutely secured that. Though, didn't quite work out in their favor because still Zen had that really cheeky lurk off of the orange stairs. Little bit of a chaotic round, a little bit of a wild card, but God, some fun plays.
They got it done, and now. Here's really important. If Ling gets this pistol round, they set themselves up really well. If they lose it, they will get Suits set up extremely well for this. And this, remember, is pretty much the deciding factor of who gets second, other than there's a couple other teams who are playing right now. If Empire gets it, they might get second as well, but they'd have to win against Zero, who has gone undefeated this entire time.
As we head into round number 7, first round of the second half, immediately we see Tripwire set up in a very cheeky spot over near hatch, but it looks like they could very well be seen and taken out from that hatch spot. Brab immediately throwing shots up into hatch before killing Splezzy actually into the hatch and then retreating.
He killed Splez on stairs.
Oh, he killed Splez on stairs.
Yeah, he killed Splez on stairs, which was a great kill. Tried to kill one on hatch, just barely couldn't get it off, but that will allow Ling to have their offense pretty much stopped immediately. They thought they were going to get onto stairs, push down, get onto the wall, but Suits did the same play. They know how the play works. They know how they can counteract the play. And it worked out very well for them. Rabadabado and Awala both holding onto the hatch. Tone in connector, waiting for a nade. Meanwhile, I miss her. players holding on to the back wall. 5v4 in favor of Suits. Definitely not unwinnable for Ling, but definitely not a good situation to be in. As Yui rotates down with his gun down, gets taken down by Brabba. Now Arde trying to take down the wall to hopefully get Awala out of the way, but he does hit the wall phone. BLW takes him down as well. Incendiary almost takes BLW, but doesn't quite. Now Ling is on a 2v5. This is not a good situation to be in if you're Ling.
No option to save. You gotta fight. Dusty trying to hold his spawn on the stairs, then going for a rotate. Brab goes down to Dusty, but now he is insanely low. EMP still sitting at the bottom of the stairs, and it looks like Awala is there lying in wait and watching for EMP to get picked up. Frag comes out, not gonna connect. Zen now on the bottom of the stairs, tries to swing up, grabs EMP. Or no, lets Dusty grab EMP. Ball gets, or no, an instinct comes on. I miss her, takes out Zen, and Dusty goes down to a stray shot. Suits now, as you said, are setting up for a possible comeback, as that's now 4-3, still in favor of Ling.
Which I gotta see that play behind the bomb again. We see him, even though he's relatively low, still takes down Dusty. Well done to these two players. Really to I miss her behind the bomb. Great reaction time to be able to switch between those two angles, take them down. Now bringing Suits up to 3-4, a very winnable situation, and also Ling is going to be losing out on a lot of their economy they would have gotten if they won that round.
I do want to call out, though. I think Brab heard you. I think he took that a little personally. He went and got a 2K out of that one. He did get the first opening picks. That did secure that man advantage that they were able to utilize. Suits playing this extremely smart, extremely safe, staying inside of sight, working default meta spots, and just forcing Ling to come to them. They know that there's nothing Ling can do if they can't get into the site, so they're just playing. They're playing complete denial into sight and forcing fights there. Working out for them so far. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Now we see back hallway is not being held by Suits. They're instead holding lockers. But as I say that, Brad pushes in, takes out one. But BLW with the nade from the side door takes out one on Hatch. That is a crazy nade to take at RNA. Fantastic aim. You've got to have that lineup practice if you're him. Now, Braba and BLW holding on to lockers. They need to play their numbers. Right now, they're a bit separated. They could be taken out one at a time. Then pushing up with Yui. Does get shot a bit through the wall, but is able to identify where Awala and Amisser are. Hoping to push up wall is foam, but Amisser throws down an incendiary. Traps Zen in a little moat. Can't get out, but no one can really come in on him unless they push back hall, which Brava seems content to just wait.
Then gonna try to push him just a little bit more and hold an angle. Frag comes out, not gonna do much. Actually takes Zen down to half. The wall is blown, and now we're just waiting for Ling to make moves. Gunfire's going back and forth.
I think his internet might be coming out a little bit, so I'm gonna pick up the commentary here. We do have Yui pushing in, trying to take out multiple players, but I miss her really just putting down some staunch defense in the cubby. Zen hoping to get the EMP down, but I miss her still showing his face, trying to take out these players as Dusty rotates in. BLW will probably get a bit of an encounter with Dusty here as he peeks around, but barely doesn't see him. Shimmy, while he sorts himself out,
Yeah,
be on
absolutely.
Cocast? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
back.
go ahead.
Oh, you're back.
Okay, there we
It's
go.
a little shoddy. I need to get back in the lobby, but just keep taking care of it, Plague.
Zen is going for the plant here. He does not really have much of an opportunity. He gets taken out. Dusty gets taken out with as he gets seen in the smoke as well. Yui very quickly going for the save. He's getting pursued by multiple Suits players. I'm going to be surprised if they don't climb outside to try to get him out of greed. Looks like they don't, actually. They control it a little bit. They probably want to kill him, but they don't want to climb outside and put themselves in danger while they do it.
I mean, they do have a lot of weapons worth losing, so probably the safest. They know that they've got him down. He's hurt. He's all alone. Not much of a point on chasing that kill other than for that greed. And luckily, it looks like the Suit players are disciplined enough to know when it's not worth it. And here we are sitting at that 4-4. Suits putting on extremely good defense. They're keeping Ling's aggression at bay. They're forcing him to not be able to actually make it into the site. A little bit more spread out on that top floor than we saw on the middle floor. However, it worked out for them. They managed to keep 4 up. That is not anything to scoff at when you're on a defensive round. Sure, Factory is a little bit more defensive sided than offensive sided. Still, Suits is holding down the fort. And we see full buys. Actually, no, I take that back. We see next to no full buys coming out. It looks like we only see 1 Vezin coming up on Ling's side, and then all that money that they... Actually, no. They're not spending any money over on Suits' side.
Oh, we have a
It looks like
disconnect
we're
on Ling
Mm, oh my gosh.
Well, we also...
with
yeah.
the
Oh
MP.
no, this is looking worse and worse for Ling. They
And
might
it's
have
about to get
sacrifice
peeked
a
on
lot.
by BLW.
No, moving
Oh,
house.
he
Oh,
can't
Mufin's
flat.
in. Oh, I guess that
Last
means
second.
the Orion Drift tournament ended. Mufin's in for his team. Now showing his face in the last few moments. BLW really just biding his time on this top window. Mufin has his back turned. Window gets hit out from the inside. Storage seems likely. Mufin none the wiser that BLW is just sitting up on the window behind him. He might be able to flick around in time. Ooh, he peeks the window, and he just... Oh, that's that timing shimmy. That timing graphics. If you looked at it, he turned around, looked at the window, nothing, turned back, then he opened the window.
He was there. It was so close, yet so far. Ling now at a man disadvantage after losing Mufin, their newest player after hopping in from a disconnect. Now hold storage, but they have to push into A site. Awala takes a little bit of damage off of Sleeves, but takes a good bit himself. Immediately feels it back up though, because they got stims for days, baby. Suits with a great economy. Ling, well, this is somewhat of their last economic hope.
Splez hoping to push up. He unfortunately didn't get any shots off on Tony. Suits is in a fantastic position currently, especially with that kill from Awala with the Vezin. BLW needs to be careful about pushing out that far. He went straight out. He could have been taken out by Dusty if he was up on the box. Patience is key in this case. You're up on players, you're up on health, you're up on weaponry. You have all the advantages you could ask for. You just need to use numbers as well. You can't give those Ling players numbers. BLW pushes out, gets taken out by Dusty and Zen at the same time. Dusty pushing up with the Vezin, hoping to take out Tony or Awala, but can't quite see them as I miss it. Goes for the flank. Tony gets taken out by Dusty. As Dusty's up with the MP, will go for the plant. Gravidabido pushing through the smoke. Zen gets taken out. Now it's just Dusty getting pushed in on by multiple different Suits members, and Suits is now up 5-4 over Ling, and they have the potential to keep snowballing with 3 Vezins in hand.
Gosh, the comeback may be real, Shimmy.
It is possible. I mean, Suits is demonstrating that it is very, very possible. They are holding it, or sorry, they're changing up their defense as these rounds go on. They're getting more and more aggressive, pulling out those spawn peaks that we saw. Mufin going out, down to that almost immediately. They're not giving Ling anything to get used to. This is more of the Suits that I think everybody was expecting to see today. They're playing their defense very strong. They played their offense very well. And if they can keep this up, they can lock Ling out from having any chance in getting into that finals for Challengers Cup.
Quick thing.
It's still too early to say.
Quick thing. I just got some news. Empire won versus 0 7-4.
What?
Really?
Really?
So we have to wait for this game to play out, and then we will see probably the final standings for the Challenger
Yeah.
Cup.
I think 0 is still going to be on top, but Empire is a serious contender for getting that.
Empire is
second place
now
spot.
first.
Empire's now first?
Yes.
Really?
They are now the first.
Redemption, huh?
That's crazy. I want to cover this as soon as we're done with this match, because there's some things to say about Empire winning the challenge, or being back in the top 2 of Challengers Cup for a second season in a row. But we are still in the middle of Suit versus Ling. And right now, we're seeing a Ling push, the meta push in the blue hallway here. There's a trim mine on the door as Fuzz tries to push in here. I don't know if he sees it or not. But if he walks in, those trips will blow him to smithereens. Yui does get a pick on a Brad. BLW gets a refrag Dusty. And it's now 4v4. A frag comes out. Those trips still there. As we now see more shots coming off. Splez tries to push in towards B. Gets immediately tagged to near 0. Gets a stim somehow. And now AWOL is alone. Second
Wall
wall
and
on the
nade.
edge.
Oh, man. This is gonna be rough, especially with the nade to connector. Awala throwing a nade of his own, but that was just a smoke. Yui hopes to push into plant, but with the incendiary in the way, he can't do much. As iMr pushes straight in, it's gonna take down EMP. Now EMP is down in cubby. Splez gets taken down by iMr as well. He's going for the flank. There's no comms. Now iMr pushes straight through, taking out Zen as well. That is a 4K from iMr, bringing Suits to a 6-4. Where did the comms go for Ling? They had 1 killed, 2 killed. He was able to push straight out of the doorway and straight to the rest of them, and his back was still turned.
iMr just pulled an insanely monstrous play, deciding, you know what, screw it. I am going to run all the way through the entire map. Like, I was expecting them to maybe lose the second fight with the person that was on the hatch drop box, but after they secured that, I was just like, no, there's no way they're going to get away with this. They're going to get to clear out the entirety of vending because they're going to have the sides of everybody there. And that's just exactly what happened. iMr. That was a ballsy move that worked out amazingly well. You have put the backs of Ling against the wall. They have no room left to mess around.
Suits now at match point in round number 11. Ling needs to win these next 3 to be able to come back or they need to win these next 2, sorry, to be able to come back and force a tiebreaker. But the way Suits have been playing in this in this back half, well, it seems to be in their favor of the number 1 seed.
Now, we're seeing an interesting play from Ling. They're really... I mean, I have to say, bottom floor is a rough one to have potentially be your last round, because this is, I would say, a pretty hard floor for the offense to win if they can't get a foothold onto the point beforehand. They've had a pretty rough time of it pushing this B floor before, and now Suits has better weaponry, Suits has better economy, Suits has better utility, but Suits already got taken down by 1. We had iMr getting taken down by Yui. Flame projector, Dusty trying to shoot through the wall. Wall is foamed as BLW goes for the nade. Takes down Mufin. That'll be a fantastic pickup for his team as Yui needs to go for a stem. 4v4, not too bad as BLW going for yet another nade. Hoping to go for the 2K. Can't quite get it off, but Dusty paced on BLW as BLW pushes out. Wall gets blown. This is going to be the deciding factor. Tony Montana pushing out. Takes down Zen, hoping to push out onto the static. Dusty and Yui, the only thing between Suits and winning. Tony gets taken down by Dusty. Dusty pushing straight in, can't quite take down Awala. Now they're trying to take down another player as Brad nearly takes out Yui. Brad gets taken down by Yui. It's just Awala who's trying to take down these 2 Ling players. He's a bit isolated. He doesn't get smoked out. They don't know where he is. They go for the fake plant. Awala pushes around, shoots it, and gets taken down, buying Ling another round in this matchup.
Excellent reassess on Dusty and Yui's part. Being able to get the momentum that they need back after losing so many bodies. Trying to get that storage wall blown. Trying to get some purchase into sight. The use of utility, smoking out people and including their vision to be able to get an easy pick, utilizing sound baits and just outplaying these opponents. The gun skill alone that it took to make that that round work out in Ling's favor is alone a lot. And just dang, Ling does not want to go down fighting. I think we've seen that before, that Ling just does really well when their back's against the wall, when they have no more room to mess around. Once again, we see them here in this circumstance. We've seen this 3 times today where they are down with their opponents at 6. And they have every time or this is the third time today. Sorry, not that we have seen this 3 times before, but this is their chance, and they have every single time that their backs are against the wall, they have just put it into overdrive and forced their way to get points.
Let's see if they're able to pull it off once again. This is round 12. Again, if Ling takes this round, we'll be heading to an overtime in round 5 of the Challengers Cup, where now more than ever, because of Zero's loss to Empire, it is very, very, very important to be able to win this match with as high as a point differential as possible. Obviously, that's not going to happen for Suits or Ling, because it's a very, very close match, but we'll see what happens. Yui ready to blow the hatch, and he does. Immediately, Flash goes out, doesn't hit anybody. Zen takes out BLW. Owala tries to get some shots up in the hatch, doesn't succeed, and retreats. A frag comes out, gonna do a good amount of damage to Owala. As more shots come out from I Miss Her to the wall, doesn't hit Zen, but some more wallbangs come through from that side as well. A smoke grenade and a frag coming out into hallway. Not gonna connect, except for Squeeze for a little bit of damage. Now very, very low, but heals. We got a lot of utility as the wall's foamed. The smoke is out. Some frags going out as well. Moving, sitting in the corner, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and has the wall ready to be blown. Blows it. Swings. Yui takes out a Walla. Mufin swings around. Brab gets frag. Brab gets another one, and Zen gets the kill on Brab, taking Ling to 6-6, and the match to a tiebreaker.
And now we can see the point difference on Suits. Suits is going to get to choose their map or side, and it seems like they did choose defense, which is honestly surprising. Ling took a lot of their rounds when they were on offense.
I mean, Ling is that offensive team. Like I said, they're very aggressive. They love to push, and especially the original maps, Factory, Skyscraper, and Hideout. For instance, we saw that when they were going against 8 Basils. They are extremely aggro. They are extremely strong on offense, and they are showcasing that right now. They let it slip too much. They gave too many rounds up, but they are coming back with a vengeance to make sure that they don't lose their chance at this finals for tomorrow. We are at that 6-6, that overtime. They are playing offense yet again. This is gonna be a nail biter.
Could be the best round of Breachers we see today, and we've had some pretty darn good rounds. Let's see it. The tiebreaker of Suits versus Ling, the true decider of who moves on tomorrow, today number 2 of the Challenger Cup for Season 4 of the Breachers VRML.
We see Mufin's PTSD kicking in as he watches the window he died from before intensely. He is not leaving this up to chance so that his team will not die from that window, but it's all for naught, as BLW is downstairs in point, not leaving it to chance, not roaming away from his team, going for, unfortunately, a nade that bounces straight back. Does not help too much. I Miss Her. Roaming around, may actually trade spaces with Zen. Gets taken out by Zen by a nasty pixel peek there. Now Zen pushing in onto A, trying to get some footholds on the storage as well. Zen pushing around, checking all of their flanks as BLW hopes to push up, maybe into storage, but there's no one up on box to block it. He could push straight through if he really wanted to.
Dusty takes 1 as we see a smoke getting thrown in for some confusion. BLW pushes out, takes out 2 before going, takes out 3 before going down, and it's now a 2v2. The odds are even, and we are now seeing a very, very clutch moment. EMP is down, but not planted, and there are 0 charges on it. Zen or Mufin gonna have to swing in, while Owala and Brab are ready to swing on that EMP as soon as possible. A couple of shots coming out towards and through that wall, while Mufin tries to get some shots off. Zen right next to the EMP, but doesn't go for the defuse, or for the plant, sorry. He's going for the swing. While Cloaked Up goes down to Owala, and it's now a 1 versus 2. Mufin versus Owala and Brab, the last 2 remaining members of Suits. Mufin goes in, baits out the plant. Brab looking to swing in, but they're still both waiting behind the wall. Mufin with his angle, ready to go. And it looks like we could see a plant from Mufin. It's a fake again. He's cloaked up now. Brab gonna swing, gets a couple of shots off, not gonna go anywhere. Mufin tries to swing it once as well. Not gonna work. A
Why are
swing
we
in!
turning around? Oh.
And a wall gets the kill onto
Oh.
Moving Suits, taking the win over Ling. And it could very well be in day 2, but honestly, with the way that things have been going in the Challengers Cup so far, I have no idea who is going to make it. We'll have to wait for the scores to be submitted on the challenge, as this is the last match of the Challengers Cup who hasn't been submitted yet. Took a very, very long time, went into overtime, the closest match we've seen in this round. But with Empire beating 0, Elixir beating Luxury, that puts all of these teams at 4-1, including
This is the
Suits. Ling now not able to get in the championship, but as I refresh the page here, we could very well see some standings change that could decide who moves on tomorrow.
It does look like the score did update a couple of. It looks like some view close points hadn't been processed yet for 0. 0 is still sitting at first place. But this is the closest Challengers Cup I've ever seen. Usually there's one team that dominates and goes completely undefeated through their run. We have 4 teams with the same win-loss ratio. That is something I have yet to see.
Yeah, it is a very, very crazy Challengers Cup so far. Obviously, we'll wait a second for the mods to submit the scores on the bracket to give our final standings. I say we make it a little dramatic, gentlemen. We read from, what, 4th up for our placements?
Could do. I will say these are publicly available.
True. So everybody already knows as we're announcing them. But let's do it for the theatrics anyway.
Might as well. Let's see. I'm just waiting for those to update. It seems like, I mean, right now, as it stands, currently, yeah, very, very equal. But the points difference is what really will be helping the teams out. Now, as they're trying to get this set up, we just need the last few scores to get put in. We're just waiting for them to get submitted. As we wait on that, I want to take a quick moment. We can say it at the end of the stream, but I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors for the stream. Obviously, first of all, Triangle Factory for making this beautiful game. Breachers, that we are watching, that we play, and that we enjoy overall. It's been such a blast to work with the team who really enjoys working with their players and with their community and everyone they, help. It's been fantastic to work with them. They, implement features, they take feedback, everything like that, which really, supports the growth of their community. Additionally, they've supported VRML in a couple different ways. We have the finalist skins that you can get if you're a VRML finalist, which are fantastic. They're made by Triangle Factory. We've had a different one season. The one for this season hasn't yet been revealed, so I can't say much. However, you'd also have the VRML official skin that you can get in the in-game store for 150 credits. Looks great for your Vezin. Additionally, they've contributed $5,000 to the VRMLCon 2025 prize pool for Breachers. $5,000, $20,000 overall for the VRMLCon 2025. It's in Phoenix, Arizona, July 25th through 27th. I hope to see you all there. I'll be there. I'll be cheering these teams on. Excited to watch how the gameplay progresses. Additionally, I want to thank ProTube VR. We'll do the sponsors and then we'll get to the results. I want to thank ProTube VR for sponsoring. They have fantastic stocks for your headset, for your controllers, and everything in between. They're great for finding peripherals for your headset. You do have HyperX. I know that Give You Their Bob uses HyperX. I know that Nightfire uses HyperX. I know that multiple other casters use HyperX products, and that multiple other people I know use HyperX. Fantastic people to work with. They've provided some headsets for cons. They've just been fantastic to work with overall, and we do have a discount code on the website and in the description for HyperX products if you want to check that out. Now we can go ahead with the...
Alright, the final results are in. The scores are submitted. In 4th place for the Challengers Cup, we have Elixir with a record of 4-1 and 8 Bucles points. It's basically the way that Swiss tournaments are decided with like different win-loss records. It's basically taking your scores minus your best score and your worst score. So with 8 Bugles points, that's kind of the tiebreaker. Elixir, also with 8 Bugles points and a record of 4-1-1. We have Suits. Same, and this is why I'm not sure, because it gets a little hairy. But with the same Bugles points and points differential, which is the next tiebreaker, is Empire. Both Suits and Empire have 8 Bugles points, a 12-point differential, and a 4-1-0 record. Now 0 with a 4-1-0 record, 11 Bugles points and 15-point difference are definitely moving on, guaranteed tomorrow. But I think we'll have to get a final ruling from them. Right now, it's looking like Empire is going to play 0 tomorrow.
That's what it's looking like.
In the chat.
I believe that's what it is, and that's what we're going to be operating on right now. Well done to both those teams. Empire was kind of beneath our radar a little bit when it came to thinking about. We saw 0 was undefeated basically throughout until they got beat by Empire, but Empire was really working it up the roster that whole time. Well done to them, beating out these teams, and also well done to all of these teams. Played some fantastic breachers today. No matter who they were, everyone put their A game in and had some fantastic gunplay, some fantastic utility going. It was a blast to watch for me, and I hope it was for you as well, Gravix and Jimmy.
It totally was. Thank you for having us on, Blake.
Yeah, and
Yeah, this is
have any closing thoughts? You had, yeah.
This season has been very, very different. There's no one team that's completely dominated it like last season's. I mean, season 3, you had IVI just running the show. Season 2 and season 1, you had Acer dominating everything. And even in the Challenger Cup, that is transferring over to where there isn't a single team that came out of this unscathed. Everybody's got blood on their shirts. Everybody's been hit in the face. Everybody's lost one match so far. This was one heck of a fight, one heck of a brawl from every single team involved. Seeing 4 teams with the same win-loss, and it coming down to point differentials and bugles to make those decisions of Empire and 0. And I got to give it to Empire, second time in a row making their way to the 4 Challengers Cup. These guys do not know how to quit.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. It's going to be a blast. Martini, I think you, Shimmy, and a few others are going to be casting that, right?
Mm-hmm.
6 p.m. EST. Hope you all will be there. It's going to be a fantastic thing to watch. I am super excited to see the result. 0 versus Empire. Can Empire win? Or will they not? Or will 0 get to that Master Tier again? They had the Master Star earlier in the season, I believe. Will they get into the Challenger Cup? I am so excited to see what they can do, what these teams can do, and I'm so glad to share it all with you. Before we sign off for the night, I do want to thank one of, if not our most important sponsors, you, the viewer. You for supporting the stream, for supporting us. We had some very generous donators this time as well, who were coming through and donating in the chat, supporting the stream, supporting the teams, and supporting VRML as a whole. Thank you all for doing so. Breachers VRML is only possible because of you, the viewer. VRML as a whole is only possible because you all come through, you all want to see these teams progress and do this fantastic top-tier gameplay. And we can't thank you enough. So thank you all for coming through and watching. It's been a blast to bring this to you this entire season. Hope you all have a great rest of your night.
Reachers VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager, Triangle Factory. Thanks for watching VRML.